Good evening, everyone. The September 9th, 2024 regular session of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you'd like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak is called on. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Grisanti.
Here.
Councilmember Silverstein.
Present.
Councilmember Euring.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Riggins.
Here.
Mayor Stewart.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any speaker cards?
We don't have any in-person speaker slips, and we don't have any participants or raised hands on Zoom.
All right, very good. We will now recess to closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. We'll reconvene at 6:30 to begin the regular session and hear the closed session report. I'm doing this for you. Let's everybody take a seat. Are we ready, Kelsey? All right. The September 9th, 2024 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you would like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Grisanti.
Here.
Councilmember Silverstein.
Present.
Councilmember Euring.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Riggins. Here. Mayor Stewart.
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right. Dane, can we ask you to lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dane. May we have a closed session report, please?
Yes, at 5:30 p.m., the City Council met in open session, then recessed to closed session for the items listed on the posted agenda. All 5 council members were present and no reportable action was taken.
All right. Thank you, Trevor. May we please have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on August 30th, 2024, with the amended agenda posted on September 6th, 2024.
All right. Thank you. May we please have an approval of the agenda? Have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
All right, have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, the motion carries. All right, let's move along here. We have some ceremonial presentations to be made. I'd like to have Commissioner Georgia Goldfarb and Chair Dane Schopenheimer to the podium to present the Jake Karagian Award.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I am Parks and Recreation Commissioner Chair Dane Schopenheimer, and with me is Commissioner Georgia Goldfarb. Tonight we are thrilled to present the 2024 Jake Karagian Citizenship Award. The Jake Karagian Citizenship Award was created in the honor of late Los Angeles County Sheriff's Deputy Hagup Jake Karagian and recognizes outstanding individuals who have donated time and resources to enhance the quality of parks and recreation programs within the Malibu community. We want to recognize Sherry Lotta and Poison Free Malibu as our 2024 Jake Karagian Award recipients. I want to invite to the Sherry Lotta to the podium. Sherry Lotta spent 35 years as a junior lifeguard instructor and lifeguard. She teaches young lifeguards about the ocean, including ocean diversity, animals, and the importance of protecting the marine environment. As a female lifeguard, she mentors young women interested in continuing their careers in the aquatic field. She has also worked with Malibu families in an education setting for over 45 years. During her tenure, she ran the Children's Creative Workshop at Point Doom and is currently serving as the director of Our Lady Malibu Preschool. Ms. Lotta has dedicated her life to serving and mentoring Malibu's youth, and we want to thank her for making a difference in our community. Thank you so much. All right, we got your award here.
Wow.
Like that.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you.
Here's that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I certainly have not been looking for an award or anything, but I'm just extremely lucky. Number one, I get emotional, that my parents, my sister's here with us tonight, landed us in Malibu, be it with hardly a penny. Mom worked 3 jobs. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment, 4 of us. We all started working young. And the work ethic that we learned and the dedication, I think just from my family and my mom, who was also a teacher, I got that part in the blood. And it's not that I go out and do anything, you know, other than just, I do it because I do, and that's what's inside of me. And I'm really lucky, and I have the 2 best jobs in the whole wide world. I mean, come on. I spent 25 hours at Surfrider this weekend for the contest, Saturday and Sunday. I couldn't be in a better place. So I'm in a classroom, and I'm on the beach, and life is good. And it's all just really because of the way that my sister, brother, and I were brought up. It's just in our blood. So I thank you very much for this.
There, just real quick. Ms. Lana, I've been in Malibu for 30 years, and I've heard your name many, many times, and I'm just very glad to finally meet you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you guys all on council, because that's not an easy job. I really appreciate it, you guys.
Thank you.
Georgia?
Yes, thank you, Sherry. I wasn't able to appreciate.
Please, sorry.
Go ahead.
Come on. Go on back to the podium. Go to
Come the parent.
My godparents are Ann and Ed Stallcup, and they're over here, and they've been in Malibu as long or longer than we have. They started out in rodeo grounds back in Topanga, and got flooded 3 times, and then bought up on Rambo Pacifica and Co. and got burned out, and then, but they're still there, and they're here with me, and they're one of the most important parts of my life. Thank you.
And thank you, Sherry. That was beautiful. And while I didn't get a chance to appreciate your tutelage, I've always enjoyed swimming, so thank you. Yes, and I would like to give some presentation for Poison Free Malibu, and apologize for the brevity, although that may not need to be apologized for because of the heat. It really took a lot away from my sharpness today. So I would like to say, though, in the spirit of the Jake Karigian Citizenship Award, to enhance the quality of our recreation activities, we must first make sure that the parks are safe. And in that regard, Poison Free Malibu has fulfilled, both that mandate and that of our mission statement to ensure the physical and biological integrity of our environment by working with the city to remove pesticides from Malibu. Their work began more than a decade ago, and in 2013, quite some time ago, Malibu passed its first resolution to eliminate rat poison and an integrated pest management policy. Since that time, they have worked with cities from Laguna Beach to Ojai, and I think maybe even something back east, to eliminate pesticides, as well as with the state of California. I mean, they really are seminal in helping us find ways, policy ways, regulations, and techniques through integrated pest management to cohabit without damaging the animals and without their damaging our things. They've won numerous awards and honoraria from various entities from their tireless efforts to find ways for humans, as I said, to live compatibly with wildlife and without the use of poisons. We thank them for their truly prodigious efforts to make Malibu safer for all inhabitants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and staff. Thank you for recognizing our work over the years. Firstly, a big thank you to our great City Council members present and past that helped move forward various poison-free initiatives at the city, county, and state level since 2012. These initiatives provided the example to neighboring cities who have replicated Malibu's actions. The 4 local initiatives include: 1, the 2013 resolution to not use rat poisons that harmed 90% of our predator wildlife. 2, the 2019 Earth-Friendly Management Policy, which mandates the use of preventative practices and enrichment strategies to promote healthy soil, plant life, wildlife, and safeguard structures. It protects the health of citizens by eliminating pesticides in our parks, where children and pets roll around and play. A big thank you to Chris Ortiz for his creative, hard work implementing this policy. And fellow Earth-Friendly Management Workshop members, Julie Villablanca and Georgia Goldfarb, who consistently come up with great ideas. They're wonderful to work with. Thirdly, the 2020 lid lock dumpster ordinance is essential. It mandates the control of trash that attracts and breeds rodents and also reduces trash flowing into the ocean. 4, the 2021 Malibu Coastal Plan Amendment, which restricts the use of pesticides throughout the city. Also, I'd like to recognize the many wonderful citizens and organizations who stood up for a poison-free Malibu through the years, including late nights at the city council meetings. And thank you to our city manager who implements these actions. We also would like to thank the past city councils for support of state legislation, including helping to lobby in Sacramento, which led to the adoption of Assembly Bills 1788, 1322, and 2552, which restricts anticoagulant rat poisons throughout all of California. We're very proud of that work. These practices are integral to a green future. It has been my pleasure to work towards preserving Malibu's ecosystem. I passionately love Malibu, and when you love something, you want to protect it. I wish for everyone to fall in love with Malibu. Thank you again, Malibu, for leading the way.
But wait, there's one more thing. They have recently gone into some art that has been supported by the city. Oh, wait.
Georgia, get close to the
sorry.
microphone.
I apologize. They've recently been involved in art, which I think is a wonderful way of communicating with children and with anybody, really. And that has been partly supported by our city, so thank you very much. And here is one of the first finalized things from our
books. You all got one.
Yeah. There we go.
It's for the children. You know, we're always up here when we talk, and we needed someone for the children.
Yeah.
And something for children. So this is why we did this.
It's wonderful.
Using our local artists in our poison-free in Malibu Monarch Project.
Something for children and me. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And so,
thank you.
Thank you so kindly.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wait for the photo.
Oh. First this? Thank you.
Wait, one more. Go ahead, don't go away.
This won't break your arm.
Thank you.
All right. We have on our schedule a presentation accommodation to William Bema for assisting with the rescue in Malibu Canyon. Mr. Bema could not be with us tonight, so we're going to reschedule that for another meeting date. All right. Next item up is our communication from the public concerning matters which are not on the agenda, but which the City Council has subject matter jurisdiction. Now hear communications from the public concerning matters which are not on the agenda. Remote participants, please raise your hand in Zoom if you'd like to speak. And I have a list of speakers here, and if you have not put your speaker slip in, it'll be too late once we start. All right? All right, first one is John Hoggensfeld.
Good evening, everybody. My name is John Hoggensfeld. I've been interested in increasing the security of this building for some time, and I have a suggestion that I thought of that might work here. The men who work here should be given a security uniform. And while they're working here and moving about along the hallways and so on, doing their regular job that they're hired for, they would be walking around with a security uniform, which would increase security in the building. And this wouldn't cost any more, other than just the cost of the uniform, which you would provide them, and maybe the cleaning fee also for the uniform. Now, I talked to one man who worked here, I won't mention who it was, and he said he wouldn't do it unless he got more money. So it might be a problem getting the current hire to do it, but you could make a condition for future men who you hire that would be a condition of their working here, for you to make sure they wear a uniform as they walk around.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right, Scott Dietrich is next. After Scott will be Norm Haney.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Council. I've come to let the public know that there's going to be a candidate forum where the public can question the two council members, Steve and Bruce, and three that are, and Paul, three. Can't do the math. And two newcomers. It's going to be this Saturday at Fire Camp 8 from 10 to noon. And I'd like to encourage as many people in Malibu to participate. I mean, the guys up on this DS work really hard. They put in a tremendous amount of work for our city. It's not easy to run for city council, so this is your opportunity to come and see them, and maybe you can see this. I hope you can see that. Put it up higher, okay? Very good. So it's this Saturday from 10 to noon at Fire Camp 8, which is up Rambla Pacifico. The private gate will be open for attendees. That's number one. Number two, on Sunday, we have all kinds of stuff going on. We have the City of Malibu Public Safety Expo. You don't need to see me, you need to see this. It's on the city website. It's a great event to learn about how to prepare for emergencies, the next fire. It's going to be a lot of fun for kids. There's going to be discount in and out. So that's a great event. Look it up on the city website. And I have a minute left, which I'd like to yield to Norm Haney.
Thank you very much. I don't think we can do that, though. I think it's 3 minutes. Okay. All right, after Norm, it'll be Halen Conrad.
Honorable council members, a couple of weeks ago I mentioned the plight of the people in lower Encinal Canyon, where the water department for the county has decided they're going to tear down the only water supply that provides firefighting water to the people, basically 50-plus homes in lower Encinal Canyon. They will have no water until the new water tank is constructed in the same location as the previous water tank. I tried several ways to overcome this issue of safety and failed. One of the homeowners called me and said, can I build my own 20,000, 25,000 gallon water tank on my property with the proper fire hydrant to protect my fire, my home in the event of a home fire or wildfire. I said, well, yeah, but it's probably going to take 6 months to a year to get it approved. And he said, really? Just for a water tank? And I said, you don't know the way that the city and the county work. You have to get an approval from the fire department, then you have to get an approval from the city. The more I thought about it, the more I thought, that's an excellent idea. Let's allow people to build their own 25,000-gallon water tanks. They're not actually going to build them. They're going to get a geologist to approve the site. They'll compact it. They'll build a 20 by 20 concrete foundation, and a company will come in and put the water tanks up and make the connection to the fire hydrant that's approved by the fire department. And I'm looking for a general approval from the fire department from anyone that owns property or has homes in Lower Encinal Canyon to build their own safety water tanks. Now, the fire department has been approving water tanks for homes that don't have municipal water for the past 30 years. And they have made the statement that 25,000 gallons is sufficient for them to protect a home fire. So there shouldn't be any problem in getting a general approval from the fire department, and then we can try and speed things up through the city of Malibu. That's my proposal. I'm going to bring it back in writing and submit an application before the city within the next 10 days. I will have a phone meeting with Lindsay Horvath on Friday concerning this very issue. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Norm. All right, Halen, you're next.
Hi there, I'm Halen Conrad, and I wanted to thank everybody. I'm running for City Council. I wanted to introduce myself. I'm excited to be running for this great city, and I wanted to just to take this opportunity to introduce myself and thank everybody for your hard work, and I look forward to hopefully getting elected so we could do something together, something great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yeah, there are two raised hands. First is Jeremy.
All right, Jeremy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, okay. Hey, good evening, council. I wanted to let you know that Jeremy, it's not my real name. I'm forced to use an alias in my own hometown because 2 council members and a few bullies decided making residents' lives miserable in the name of preserving Malibu is okay. What they really are is a danger to our city, our residents, and our employees. And I'm not paranoid. At a previous meeting, Bruce and Steve got Kurt Cam down there to threaten the lives of city planning employees. Steve laughed. Bruce decided that wasn't enough, so he shared private personal information about that same city employee at an open meeting. This pair's actions have put the city in a bad spot. The city's insurance carrier recently told the city that because of Bruce and Steve, it may not be covered should city employees file lawsuits alleging abuse and invasion of privacy. This would likely bankrupt the city and perhaps Bruce and Steve. I wouldn't be surprised if all the suits all named Steve and Bruce as the ringleaders of harassment. This needs to be investigated. While they are at it, they should be looking into Steve Euring's finances. Steve got a reverse mortgage that is 3 times the value of his house. He got it from the same mortgage company that a couple other vocal MTC members got at 5 times the value of their homes. If you know how reverse mortgages are supposed to work, this seems suspicious. If you think it's not true, go look it up. It's all public information. Who would give a guy with almost a decade worth of tax liens a loan like that, and why? Again, if you don't believe me, use the internet to check out Steve Uring. The guy has trouble paying his taxes, yet he's sitting on a whopping loan. That makes no sense. What's more, Steve is currently under investigation by code enforcement for code violations for building without a permit. I saw it listed on code enforcement's open case site on the city's website. You're telling me the guy who can find faults with every project, who is a former president of the MTC, didn't know he needed a permit to build? Or did he just ignore the regulations because the rules aren't for him? Or are hypocrites like his friend and appointee John Mazza or Joe Drummond only opposing projects based on whether they affect MTC members and funders? Code violations, questionable finances, the threat of ruin by mistreated employee lawsuits? That's a lot to consider. But here I am as the person who can't use his real name for fear of reprisal by Bruce, Steve, John Mazza, Joe Drummond, and the rest of Malibu's shadow government. I'd say thank you, but for what?
All right, thank you. Who's next, please?
Andy Lyon.
Andy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm unmuted.
We can hear you.
Hear
Andy,
me
go
now?
ahead.
Hey, wow, must be election time in Malibu. Way to go, Jeremy, whatever your name is. Anyways, I'm not here to that point. I'm here because I was at Surfrider Beach all weekend at the Malibu Classic held by Malibu Surfing Association, which was a great event. And thank you to Sherry Lotta for being on duty for that. My problem that we had here was that all these people that came from all up and down the coast were kicked out of the parking lot by Beaches and Harbors, and then they went up onto the sidewalk. And this is a long-standing tradition of like camping out over the weekend. And your new parking enforcement contractor, the people that you contracted to do the parking enforcement, went out and gave everybody $73 tickets that were here for this event that was, you know, a big permit was paid for, everything was going on. This is a long-standing, like 50 years going on. And this overzealous parking attendant guy came in like in the middle of the night, gave everybody tickets. So I'd like to see that the city would void all those tickets for these club members that came from like Santa Cruz to San Diego and everywhere else. I mean, there's, you know, people flew in from all over the world to come to this contest, and that's how they were treated by this parking enforcement company that has been hired. And so I would love to see that you, Mayor Stewart, would do something about that. This same parking company seems to do nothing about Corral because there's still RVs down there every single day that haven't moved all summer long. And I'd also like to say that the same dude that is giving these tickets, he went during the day and he was giving tickets, $100 tickets for being like 19 inches from the curb, when the same guy, I had to roust him because he did a completely U-turn, like the most illegal U-turn you can do, slow lane to slow lane over double yellow lines at the middle of the highway, right at Surfrider, to go give somebody a ticket. And then had nothing to say about it when I came up and asked him, like told him what was going on. This company that you've hired is going around and just harassing the visitors here, giving front license plates and all this other stuff. That's a whole other issue. I would love to hear from you guys tonight how we can get a message to these people that got $73 tickets or were just here for a great event, how we can get those tickets taken care of by the city through this company that's done. If you can please make that happen, and I can spread the word to everybody that got the ticket that they can come and they can turn them into Malibu, and you will like void that ticket. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next, please?
Barry Haldeman.
Barry, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Okay. My name is Barry Haldeman, and I'm a member of the Malibu Arts Commission and also on the board of the Malibu Film Society. I'm not specifically, officially speaking for them, but know there is consensus of what I'm about to discuss. I apologize for coming in late on the TUP ordinance that's going to be talked about later tonight. I see a number of issues that are relevant to both the Film Society and the Malibu Arts Commission, and I'm not sure how
Barry,
much...
if you're gonna talk about the TUP, we need to hold it until you get to that topic.
Ah, okay. Then I will hold it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have anyone else?
There's two more hands. First is Bob.
Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, Council. Thanks for the opportunity to let me speak. I just called in. I wanted to check on the investigation regarding the residency of Public Works Commissioner Joe Drummond. Is the city attorney looking into whether state tax officials need to get involved in determining her actual residency? If so, I think there's probably a much easier and cheaper solution. If she wants to continue serving on the Public Works Commission, then I think the city should require her to sign an affidavit stating that she has lived inside Malibu city limits during the entirety of her appointment to the commission and make it public. She has said as much multiple times in front of you on camera and testimony on various items. And she has even submitted an updated voter registration card. I'm sure she would jump at the chance to clear this up. I call upon the city council, especially you, Bruce, since she is your appointee, to direct the city attorney to get this done as soon as possible so we can put this whole mess to bed. We can find out for sure. I'm really just tired of hearing about it. But let's find out the truth. If she lived at her Malibu address the entire time, there's no problem. No issues at all. She would remain a commissioner, and it's all over. Alternatively, if she actually lived in her property that is clearly outside city limits, that she bought a couple months after being appointed, she could take the opportunity to come clean and admit it. She'd have to resign from the commission and explain her misrepresentations in front of this council and residents, but she would avoid a bigger problem, explain to state and federal tax officials why she lied about living in a property she designated as her primary residence. This is called occupancy fraud. It's unethical. Property owners do this all the time. Developers do it to take advantage of better mortgage rates, lower property taxes, and if you live there for 2 years, a $500,000 exclusion on capital gains upon sale of the property, while they actually live someplace else. To qualify for these benefits, you need a homeowner's exemption, which she has, which requires you to sign an agreement saying you will own and occupy the property for 1 year, which she did. The understanding is it must be your primary residence. You have to live there. You cannot use primary residence for like a short-term rental business, for example. You can't live anywhere else for the first year. Drummond signed this agreement, and until last month, she and her family were registered at this address and voted from there. Her numerous statements that she is a Malibu resident certainly makes it tricky to explain, but maybe she can enlighten us with something more than words. An affidavit would clear this up. The city needs its own clarity because her serving illegally on the city commission would leave the city exposed to lawsuits. I encourage you to be proactive and do your due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next, please?
Joe Drummond.
Joe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And to talk personally, I will sign any affidavit. I've always lived in the city of Malibu. So I don't know what these non-residents who keep calling in keep talking about, but I'm happy to sign whatever you guys want. And I've always been registered to vote in Malibu for the last 11 years. So anyway, so regarding the Malibu Township Council, we have been targeted in this current election campaign as some sort of terrorist organization against residents, which is absolutely false. MTC is a non-political 501c4 organization benefiting Malibu starting in 1947. MTC denies all of the claims in a smear false notice purportedly written by the concerned citizens of Malibu. This is simply another attempt which is part of an ongoing slanderous campaign trying to discredit the Township Council. MTC invites anyone who received the letter to visit MalibuTownshipCouncil.org for official information of Malibu Township Council's mission and activities. The website again is MalibuTownshipCouncil.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Those are all the raised hands.
All right. Then the speakers are closed. Do we have any commission or committee updates?
Yes, we have a commission update from Scott Dietrich.
Scott, come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. As everybody knows, PCH safety has been a prime concern of this council and our community. The Caltrans surveys, and we really appreciate what Caltrans has done in reaching out to the community. They've taken an active interest, and Public Works Commission actually participated in the first public meeting held. Caltrans was asking us, well, what do the residents want? What do you guys want? And, you know, for those of you who know, Caltrans in the past hasn't been so forthcoming in these kind of things. But the last meeting, we saw that these surveys had been hijacked because Caltrans came up with several proposals, 5 proposals, all of which included bike lanes for Eastern Malibu. Now, bike lanes sound like a great idea, but the highway is only so wide. And what they don't say is that you would have to eliminate parking for residents, for businesses. You'd have to get rid of the center lane, the left turn lane that we use for emergency vehicles where it exists, and it doesn't exist everywhere. There are real problems. So on Thursday at 1 o'clock online, and this is on the city website, you can go register. There'll be another one of these Caltrans meetings, and I urge residents, wherever you stand, if you think we ought to have bike lanes instead of cars, that's fine. And frankly, I think that's appropriate when you're out in Western Malibu, but not Eastern Malibu. It will kill the businesses. I don't know how the residents are going to get into their properties. There's just not enough width to the highway. But nonetheless, come make your voice heard. This is one of the big problems, is that you've got a bike lobby that's very aggressive, and that's why all the surveys look like they say we want bike lanes, but they're not including the 46,000 cars that show up on PCH every day. If you go to weekdays, there's about 10 bikes, but they're dominating. So show up at that meeting, make your voice heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. All right, anyone else? That's it?
No, we don't have any other commission reports.
All right, let's move on to the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few things to report on this evening. I'm sure everybody has heard the good news already out of Sacramento regarding Senate Bill 1297, which will be authorizing speed cameras here in the city of Malibu. Of course, that was authored by Senator Ben Allen and co-authored by Assemblymember Jackie Irwin. And it did pass out of the legislature and is now headed to California Governor Newsom's desk for final approval. Also approved was Senate Bill 1509, which would add additional penalties on licenses for folks who exceed the speed limit by more than 20 miles an hour. Back to the speed cameras really quickly, though. This landmark legislation aims to significantly enhance road safety by establishing these speed cameras on Pacific Coast Highway. It's going to allow us to install 5 speed camera systems along the 21-mile stretch of PCH here in Malibu. The systems will be strategically placed in areas identified as having the highest incidence of speed-related collisions and fatalities. Staff has been busy at work, making sure that we can do everything that we can to hit the ground running as soon as the governor signs this bill, assuming he does sign it, and we expect that he will. So we are ready to move forward on that as soon as we get the green light from Sacramento. Also wanted to report that this Friday there will be an appeal before the California Coastal Commission regarding a public access project by MRCA at Lechuza Beach in the city of Malibu. City staff are prepared to speak at the hearing. The city has submitted a comment letter on the matter today to coastal staff. The city believes there is no basis for this appeal, and staff will communicate the city's positions to the commission. Again, this project was unanimously approved by the city's Plan Commission in April. The city will be asking the Coastal Commission to not find any substantial issues with the city's decision. On Tuesday, August 27th, city staff, the city's sheriff's department, and city outreach team, and the Malibu Cart coordinated a shopping cart retrieval in front of the Malibu Library, reducing an accumulation of personal belongings and other debris in this area that is obviously frequented by the community. Local businesses impacted by the accumulation participated to ensure the carts were properly retrieved. The outreach team and sheriff's department continue to actively engage with persons experiencing homelessness around Malibu Library and in Legacy Park, citing and arresting when needed and offering housing opportunities and resources to those receptive to the services. Regarding parking enforcement, particularly with recreational vehicles, the LAS overnight parking enforcement team is now fully in place. And last month, as they were ramping up, they issued 156 oversized vehicle citations. These citations have escalating fines of $100, $200, $500 for a third violation within 1 year. Some of these RVs are now receiving $500 citations almost every night. Some of the RVs have left, but some of them are still there. Sheriff's Department successfully towed an RV last Friday, and we continue to work with them to strategize on how to remove the others that are in violation of the overnight and oversized vehicle ordinances. We are hopeful that with the increased enforcement, the others will eventually move voluntarily. And one thing just to note, and I believe the council is aware of this, but simply having a number of tickets unfortunately does not allow us to tow the vehicle. There either needs to be some other violation or a failure to register the vehicle, and at that point we're able to move on that. Wanted to note that, and again, thank you to Mr. Dietrich for publicizing our Public Safety and Preparedness Fair, which is coming up this Saturday at City Hall from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Fair provides a great opportunity to talk with public safety professionals, to gain information and ask questions. Fair will feature an earthquake simulator and in-and-out food truck, and for the kids, and it will serve a touch-a-truck event. Will also include a bicycle safety rodeo and a climbing wall. So again, that's this Saturday from 11 to 3 p.m. on the City Hall. I apologize. This is what they gave me in the script, so thank you for correcting me on that. This Sunday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Hopefully I got this date correct. Malibu Disaster Council is meeting this Thursday at 10 a.m. in City Hall in the multi-purpose room. Disaster Council is charged with reviewing the city's updated emergency operations plan and making recommendations to the City Council for approval. The meeting will include a presentation on the many community-based resources that have a role in emergency response and recovery. The public is welcome and invited to attend. Also, just a quick to note that we're still moving forward on our community lands project. We've now entered phase 2, and we are working through an extensive outreach and engagement program to gather feedback on the future uses of the 5 community lands spanning over 60 acres in the community. We have another pop-up event coming up Tuesday, September 17th at 10 a.m. But of course, anybody may provide input. You can go to the project website as well as providing input in the in-person events. And for detailed information about the project, please visit Malibu Community Lands on the city's website. Also want to remind everybody that we do have some changes coming to the City Council meeting and format, starting with our first regular meeting in October. That'll be October 14th. Regular meetings, which will still be the 2nd and 4th Mondays of each month, will now be beginning at 5:30 p.m. So they'll be starting 1 hour early. The meeting agenda will be restructured. Consent calendar, presentations, and reports from the city manager, commissions, and committees will all be heard prior to 6:30 p.m. Pretty much everything that you heard here, with the exception of public comment, which will still be scheduled and taken at 6:30 p.m. or later. These changes are meant to improve the efficiency of the meeting, ensure that administrative and presentation items are addressed promptly, and allow more time for public engagement and deliberation on actionable city business items. Just a couple more things. Just want to report on some statistics. Some of you may have heard these already. Just some kind of a mid-year traffic enforcement report. Since the city contracted with CHP beginning in January with the Malibu Task Force, we've seen a significant increase in enforcement and progress in reducing injury collisions. During this time, traffic citations issued for hazardous driving have increased by 74%, and citations for speeding have increased 82%. Although the number of collisions has not changed significantly, the combined enforcement efforts of both agencies, CHP and our Sheriff's Department, have resulted in a 36% decrease in injury collisions for the same period last year. Let's see. And just to remind folks that we do have the virtual workshop scheduled for the Caltrans PCH Master Plan. That will be on September 12th. And I already mentioned that. And then lastly, just wanted to remind folks that in 2 weeks, City Council will be holding a public hearing to consider adoption of its housing element. That'll be September 23rd at 6:30 p.m. here in these chambers. And then really quick, I attended the PCH Master Plan Feasibility Workshop. Also attended the Business Roundtable last Friday, where we heard an update on PCH safety from our partners in Supervisor Horvath's office. And that is it for my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
What time is the call on Thursday? I'm sorry. What time is the call on Thursday for the Caltrans?
I believe that is 1 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Sergeant Sutherland?
Good evening, City Council. I have the crime stats for the month of August. In total, there were 307 Part 1 crimes for the month of August, year to date. That compares with 321 same time last year. That's a 4.5% decrease. We saw a major reduction in vehicle burglaries, with 21 less vehicle burglaries year to date compared to the same time last year, as well as thefts from unlocked vehicles with 8 less. So that's encouraging to see. We're still trending downward, so I'm happy to see that. I also have our beach team statistics. We were able to get through Labor Day, finish beach team, and got through the chili cook-off without any significant incidents. So I have our beach team stats for the summer, where we issued 396 citations for alcohol on the beach. We made 7 total arrests. We issued 402 traffic citations. We issued 1,742 parking citations, and we towed 287 vehicles. So it was a productive summer. Couple notable incidents here. This past Friday on the 6th, deputies responded at about 12:40 in the afternoon to the Colony House liquor store down the street here for a fight in progress. When the deputies got there, the suspect had left, but it had turned into a robbery. A male who was transient took money out of the tip jar and fought with several employees there. Deputies canvassed the area, and they were able to locate the suspect down the street at McDonald's, where he was uncooperative, and with the use of a taser, we were able to take him into custody. So he is in jail right now and pending to go to court. Finally, over the weekend, the motors were out in force, and Parker, if you have the pictures here, we still see people driving very, very recklessly. One McLaren here at 109 miles an hour. This is actually right down the street, going westbound up the hill towards Malibu Canyon from Webb Way. And if that wasn't enough, there was another one, 101 miles an hour in the same morning, a BMW. But fortunately, the motors were able to catch them, and were able to tow the cars, and we arrested them for reckless driving. So we still see drivers here driving excessively fast. So we're still out there and enforcing it. And with CHP, we're trying to crack down. And here's another example. So. Finally, the Malibu Special Assignment deputies, I have their statistics for the month of August. They made 13 total arrests. And one of the deputies, he is now a department certified force instructor expert. So he went to force instructor school, so he's now certified as an expert on the department and use of force. So it's good to have him. He'll be teaching the other deputies, and they're doing good things out there. So that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just a clarification, you said 321, I think, Part 1 crimes for the year or for the month?
For the year.
For the year. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Anybody have any questions?
I'm a little curious. The two gentlemen, I assume they were gentlemen on the weekend. Were they Malibu residents?
I don't have that information.
Okay.
The cars don't live here anymore. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, over the course of the last probably 2 weeks, my emails and phones have lit up on two issues. One, the RVs that are parked that are not moving, all right? And I spent some time today talking to Susan Duenas to get a little more perspective that says, you know, there's 5 ticket rules, apparently a court case someplace. So that, you know, slows our ability to move these things. But I've talked to her, and I don't have a better idea at the moment. But we've got to find some way to move these things because, I mean, I know the rule is if there's somebody living in them, you can't do anything. And maybe we got to go knock on the door and see if anybody's in there. And if there isn't, move it as fast as we can because it's just become an irritant that the residents, again, every week I get more and more calls on those issues. It's people that are unhappy that we're not clearing that up. And the second one is, the governor passed some changes to what we can do, the rules we have in dealing with homeless people, okay? And I know we cleaned out the encampment in front of the library, okay? But somebody called me up the other week. There was some homeless guy. The gentleman was taking his mother into Ralph's, and some homeless guy was yelling at her as he was walking in the door. And he opened, he made me listen on the phone over this guy's. Yeah. And I guess the question is, and people ask me, they say, look, we're paying the sheriff, right? I mean, there are rules that you guys can enforce. And it doesn't appear that you're willing to enforce those rules as were defined by the governor. And that's just a strange situation. I've never had people I've paid before who say, I'm not going to do that. So any insight you can give me on that, or how do I explain that to people?
So I would defer to.
I was going to say, you don't have to answer. I mean, I realize.
The Board of Supervisors and the sheriff have made some statements regarding the issue, and I would defer to those statements.
Okay. Gotcha. I will chase both of those down. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? I will say that Captain C2 and the City Council, probably County Council, had a conversation that I was part of, and it's a county issue, not a Sheriff's Department issue. And he's right. I think we've got to talk it over with the Sheriff's Department and the county.
Well, I got to figure out whether it's Luna, whether it's the supervisors. I mean, I know you guys, look, I've been married for 30 years, so I understand reporting through the chain of command. I got that down pretty good, all right? So, but I don't know who, I mean, does Luna make the decision, or is Luna being told what to do by the supervisors? Don't know. I just sort of like to get an understanding of that so we can figure out who we should talk to see how we get it fixed.
I think County Council is who we've got to have a discussion with.
That's it.
Okay.
But that's something, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, we should probably have a longer conversation about this at some point among us in public, up here. I did some research on this after we had that conversation with County Council and the sheriff and the captain, and there is the ability to tow vehicles if it's properly noticed pursuant to an ordinance that allows that, and we need to explore whether we can adopt such an ordinance and get the signs up that would permit the towing, because if the area is labeled, is marked and noticed that vehicles will be towed for violation of the ordinance, then towing can occur.
Yes.
This 5-ticket rule and other things apply where there's not a towing zone. So we can look at, we need to explore what we can do about a towing zone.
All right, let's do this. I think that's an excellent suggestion. I know when I was on Public Safety Commission, we found out what the parameters were, and I think City Council may be able to guide us a little bit on this as well. Can we bring it back at a future date for a discussion? Would that be all right with everyone?
Yeah, could we ask the Public Safety Commission to take a look at this and see what they would recommend? Is that something we can do? I mean, I got some smart people there that.
Well, let's do this. I'd like to see maybe at our level, because we can be a little bit broader, perhaps, but then assign it back to the Public Safety Commission to get some implementation.
Yeah, I mean, we got some smart people working down there, and I'd sure like to get their input. They can spend more time on this issue than we typically do in these little conversations up here. So, okay.
All right. City Manager, would it be appropriate to just bring it back and have an open discussion about it, or City Attorney, how would you suggest we do this?
You can bring it back a future agenda item to discuss the issue, and staff can bring more information about the options available and the difficulties that the city is experiencing in dealing with this. There's different layers involved, and also, we are in the coastal zone, so we'll probably need a CDP depending on what type of signs you're looking at.
All right. Then let's see if we got a motion to bring this back as an agenda item.
So moved.
Gotcha.
All right. A second?
I'll second.
All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, motion passes. All right. Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
And love the pictures. All right. With that, let's bring it up here to the dais. Who'd like to go first? And Paul, go ahead.
Sure. I'd like to start by inviting Norm to the dais again, please. I'm intrigued by your idea about the fire water tanks. Why is this a better outcome than calling Rain for Rent and having one of their construction tanks show up? And are those things more than 25,000 gallons? I haven't done any research yet.
Okay. The Los Angeles County Fire Department requires, if it's going to be a county water tank, it has to provide 1,250 gallons per minute for a duration of 1 hour with a PSI rating of 20. The 70,000 gallon tank that is currently there is close. It's actually 75,000 gallons that is necessary. They're tearing it down to create a 180,000 gallon tank. To answer your question, it would have to be a large tank to provide the minimum requirement for the fire flow. It would have to be 75,000 gallon tank, and they'd have to find a place to put it, and geology would have to approve it, and the list goes on and on. It would take a long time, and probably by the time they got the approval and got it constructed, the 180,000 gallon tank would already be on site. That's my guess. Now, these 25,000 gallon private water tanks have been approved by the Los Angeles County Fire Department for the past 30 years for homes that don't have municipal water. Well, there's going to be a time when the homes in Lower Encinal Canyon do not have municipal water, except for that 5,000 gallon tank that they're going to service those 50 homes with for domestic water use only. It seems to me if somebody is willing, maybe two neighbors get together, they build one tank, and if there's a house fire, the fire department can hook up and fight the fire in that area. I think I've answered the question.
Yeah, I was curious about why renting several of those Rain for Rent trailers, which are not structures and they're mounted on wheels, and having them come out. But, you
know what? I'm going to look into that.
Okay.
And I'll have an answer for you within the next couple of days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thanks for the idea.
So, from my understanding, this is a county project to replace the water tank up there in Lower Encinal. They were at the Planning Commission last week to talk about the initial stages of it, and that they are working on the plans of what they're going to do in the interim while they're taking down the old tank and installing the new tank. So I think this is still in development with the county of exactly what their plan is. So I think we need to have either the city manager or others, just continue to stay working with the county and finding what their plans are and making sure that those residents up there are protected and they have adequate water, and that the timing of this event matches timeframes where we don't have a red flag warning as a chance of occurring and such. So that's the message I heard from the county and the Planning Commission at the meeting of the Planning Commission last week. So no comment. Thanks.
Well, I'm going to meet with Lindsay Horvath on Friday, so I'm open to any suggestions that anybody has. Thank you very much, and I'd like to be part of the solution.
Thank you, Norm.
Paul, go ahead.
I'd like to finish my reports on what I did. On the 4th, there was a meeting at Pepperdine up in the surfboard room with the people who were interviewing people to get accreditation for Pepperdine's new School of Speech, Language, and Pathology. And Pepperdine is expanding into nursing, and I think that's going to be a good thing for Malibu. They'll be training them here in Malibu and over at their other facility at the other end of Malibu Canyon. But I think that was pretty interesting, very exciting. I think it's going to be great for the community. On the 5th and 6th, I was at Smart Coast California's annual symposium. It was in Newport Beach. I went at my own expense and everything else, not a city program. I was on 2 panels, one on the Blue Flag Beach, and that's the thing that we were involved with, and the other one was on insurance matters. We also heard a very interesting thing from our neighbors up the coast who have a joint agreement between the cities of Oxnard, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and Goleta, and basically they're cooperating on sand replenishment. And because sand moves in one direction down the coast and within the littoral cell, what they are going to be doing is every time they dredge those harbors where the sand accumulates, they're going to put it on a barge and take it up the coast and unload it at the top. And the sand will continue to rotate down the coast. That's a great program. If we could put something like that together with Santa Monica and the Palisades, I think it would go a long way towards helping us. And the other thing is I was fortunate enough on the 7th to participate in the Waves Up Flag program. It was kind of anticlimactic. They had over 600 volunteers, so everybody each only got 5 flags to put in, but it was done in less than a half an hour. So it's pretty spectacular. Do drive by and look at it. Thank you.
Okay. Who'd like to be next? Steve, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, as you heard from the Zoom calls earlier, it's fun to be on the city council. And running, again, is even more interesting. But one of the things I do want to bring up, over the course of last week, I received a letter, Concerned Citizens of Malibu, unsigned, which is pretty much typical these days, claiming that myself, the MTC, and whoever the heck else are responsible for providing code violations or identifying code violations on houses here in Malibu. And it suggests that what they should do is, and encourages the homeowners, and I guess I've talked to a number of people who have gotten this letter, and encourages homeowners to call Kelsey Pettyjohn and ask her for documentation on who filed a code complaint to their house, which is crazy. I mean, we can drive her nuts, right? I mean, I don't know how many code complaints there are out there in the city, but there are a lot. So my suggestion was, and Trevor, maybe you can do this, is have the city just run a search and ask them how many code complaints were put in with my name, how many code complaints were put in with the MTC's name, or how many code complaints were put in with Maz's name. And I know that in the course of my 30 years in Malibu, I have never filed a written code complaint, and that we can publish that information, and that may save people having to sit down and call up Kelsey and try and drive the city staff nuts. I mean, this process that's going on is, well, this is not the first time we've had unsigned letters going out to the, I mean, back when I was on the Planning Commission, the city council at that point in time tasked us with coming up with a different solution to deal with mansionization. So they wanted us to take a look at some of these large houses and see if there was not something we could do dealing with the TDSF to deal with, some large properties. And at that point in time, I think it was Don Schmitz, and I don't know if Paul Hugh did it with him. They sent out a bunch of unsigned letters to all the residents of Malibu with information that was not correct, making everybody afraid that if whatever changes were made, they were not going to be able to build on their house. And again, it was unsigned. Now, I am no way in this process assuming that Don Schmitz or Paul had anything to do with this letter. I do not want to make that assumption, and I'm clear I'm not doing that. All I'm saying is the process of sending unnamed or unsigned information out to the residents, especially during election time, is something we're just going to have to get used to. Kind of strange. That's all I got.
Okay. Who'd like to be next? Bruce?
Sure. I was going to actually not make many comments at all tonight. But I just want to address the unidentified Jeremy, and the public as well. The public needs to understand in California Civil Code Section 47B, which is sometimes called the legislative privilege, pretty much allows people to come to city council meetings or other government meetings and say anything they want. They can maliciously lie. They can just say they can commit defamation, and it's not actionable because there's a public policy that favors free and open speech at these kinds of meetings. And I think that's a good policy, actually. And people also have a First Amendment right and a right under the Brown Act to come here and speak their piece. It's a little off-putting when people do it anonymously, and since we allow Zoom calls, it becomes even easier to anonymously call in and make what would otherwise be defamatory statements. I have never sought retribution. I don't even know how I could do that, frankly, but I've never sought to take retribution on anyone who's spoken against me or spoken about something that I disagree with. I have a vote here, and when something comes before us, when I disagree with it, I vote against it, and if I agree with something, I vote for it. But I don't do that out of personal animosity towards anybody or if they attack me. But in any event, I want to invite Mr. Jeremy, whatever his real name is, to call me, use a burner phone so I can't trace who you are if you're seriously concerned about some kind of retribution, and let's talk about these falsehoods that you are spewing to the public, because they are false, and I'll be happy to discuss them with you in a civil manner. And that goes for anyone in the public, for that matter. Anyone who has an issue with anything I've done or they perceive that I've done, because most of it, they're false perceptions, I'm happy to talk to anyone about it in a calm and professional manner. There were some specific statements made about getting Kurt Cam to threaten the lives of city employees. I don't know whether Mr. Cam did that or not. I doubt that he did, because that's a pretty serious accusation. But I assure everybody, I didn't seek to get anybody to come here and threaten anybody in any way, shape, or form. The other allegation was made that I shared private information about an employee. I know exactly what the person's talking about. I made a statement at a city council meeting during our city council comments about a public communication that was sent to all city council members, various commissioners, and other people, in which an employee disclosed information about himself, which I didn't even know would otherwise be protected if the employee hadn't disclosed it. But in any event, all I did was talk about at a meeting what that employee had already put in writing and said publicly to a number of people, because that was a letter that is subject to the California, the Freedom of Information Act, the California Public Records Act. So it was a public record. So I don't know how I can be providing private information by sharing public information. But in any event, if Jeremy wants to speak and have a civil conversation, we can get to the bottom of what he thinks I've done, and I'm happy to do that, and it goes for anyone else for that matter. And also, I also saw a copy of this letter that Steve was referring to. I was really surprised that I wasn't named in this, because if you're going to lie about other people, you might as well lie about everyone that you're aiming your ire at. But I wasn't accused of this falsehood. I don't know what this person's talking about. I don't think the city allows anonymous code enforcement allegations. So if Steve or the MTC has been making allegations, the city would have a record of it, and I would encourage the city to disclose whether there have been such code violations reported by those people, because to my knowledge, they haven't. But in any event, I said, I was really surprised they didn't just name me as well, because I've not done it. But since I know the others haven't done it, if you're going to lie, why don't you make the big lie? It's all too common, unfortunately, these days in national politics to do the big lie. So here we have it now in Malibu. Those are my comments. Thanks.
I'll see if I can get you in the next letter.
All right. Mary Ann, you're next.
Okay, so I also went to the Caltrans meeting. I also went to the community lands meeting at Trancas Field last week. I thought it was very informative. There were several residents that attended. Love to see more people at the next one that I believe is at the Chili Cook-Off site. You can find out the information on the city website. Just want to make sure the public is informed and attending these meetings, because everybody should be participating in what to do with our public lands. I also went to a Clean Power Alliance meeting last week. And the only other item I have is I was wondering if it would be appropriate if the council would support bringing forward a resolution supporting the school bond MM that is on the ballot for this November. Is that something that the council would be interested in supporting publicly?
Yes, please.
We can't make a say if you want to bring something back to discuss that item. It's not on the agenda. Are you asking to agendize an item to discuss that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, do we have a motion for that? You'll make the motion?
I'll make the motion.
Paul,
second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Being none, motion passes.
My only request is that hopefully we can add it to the meeting on the 23rd, just as a quick item, so we can get it out as quickly as possible with the election coming up. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
All right. I guess it's down to me now. Quick comments, A&F meeting on the 29th I attended. I'm on that committee with Bruce, by the way. Business Roundtable on September the 6th. And speed camera bills, the city manager already talked about that, but I think it's important to note all the people that worked on it. I'd like to thank Senator Allen, Assemblymember Irwin, Supervisor Horvath. I mean, these people were calling up the drop of a hat if we needed them. They were really helpful, and of course, Senator Allen and Assemblymember Irwin sponsored the bill. Our city staff, Alexis, we couldn't have done it without you. You have been a godsend for us, and every time we had an issue in Sacramento, Alexis was our go-to person here at City Hall, so thank you very much. Couldn't have done it without you. Also want to thank Michelle Shane, Bridget Thompson, and Barry Stewart, who personally spoke in front of the committees at Sacramento, and they moved the dial for us in those meetings. The first one, the Transportation Committee, Bridget and Michelle spoke, and we won over, I think, the entire assembly thanks to their 4 or 5 minutes of presentations. So could never have done it without them. And our Cal Strat lobbyists in Sacramento, they did a marvelous job. I think people didn't appreciate how much they can and do for us, and it was a real eye-opener to see them move heaven and earth to get that done. And lastly, Sergeant, make sure you tell Captain C2 that we really appreciate all her efforts. And I remember at the State of the City meeting, she stood up and lectured Assemblymember Irwin and Senator Allen about how badly she needed those cameras. And she let them know what had to be done. So thanks to everybody that did that. I understand the governor is actually back east for the debates, and he'll be out of the state until I think Thursday. So we shouldn't expect anything happening before that. We also do not expect any kind of a big signing ceremony. There's literally hundreds of bills to be done. but we do think he's going to sign it, so we look forward to ink and paper. But the work now begins, and I'm looking over at our public safety director and our city manager. These bills come armed with a lot of pre-work that has to be done. It is the benchmarking and the approvals and the locations all have to be accomplished before we can put the first one up. And we've got the money in the budget to start that process, but let's get going, and hopefully in the Q1 of next year, calendar Q1, we'll get this in place. That'd probably be the earliest we can do it, but we'll try and get it done as fast as we can. Finally, I want to talk about fire issues. As I mentioned earlier, I was on the Public Safety Commission. We worried about fire all the time. Fire, it's the one thing that the city is responsible for over and above everything else is public safety. If you haven't got the app for your phone called Watch Duty, you should get it. It's free. It's a nonprofit that keeps track of all the brush fires over 10 acres in the state of California. When I wrote these notes yesterday, I was going to talk about the line fire in San Bernardino County. In 3 days, that fire has gone from nothing to over 23,000 acres. The cities up in the mountains as well as Highland are subject to evacuation notices. There's 35,000 structures at risk. This isn't even mid-September yet. And so far today, we've had two 2,000-acre fires start up in the day. One's in Orange County, one's up in the just north of Glendora. These things are popping up like crazy. And I want to share with you the comment that the Cal Fire made about the line fire. And it said that they were resource and logistically constrained. There are so many other fires going on, there aren't enough firefighters and logistics to get to it. So I hate to say what this might entail for us if we had another fire, but I do encourage everybody to get prepared, get your property prepared, get your go kit prepared, know what your evacuation plans are, and how timely for this Sunday to have this event by the city. So please go to it, freshen up your information, make sure you're ready. And you know, we've got 10,000 permanent residents in this town. We've got part-timers, and we got a lot of visitors. And we've got our hands full if we have another fire. So just be ready and realize it's coming. If it's not this year, it'll be next year. So please get ready. That's all I have. Anybody else to clean up on this? All right. With that, I think we've completed that section. Let's go to the consent calendar. And anybody have anything they want to pull on the consent calendar?
I want to pull 3A.
All right, we got 3A.
3A1.
3A1. All right. Anything else?
Mayor, we did have speaker slips for 3A1 as well, but we don't have any raised hands on Zoom for the consent calendar. I'm sorry, we have one raised hand on Zoom for the consent calendar.
All right, we'll get to everybody.
Please specify which item you would like to discuss on the consent calendar.
Doug?
Not this Doug. You're talking about that Doug.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, let's do it. Let's start with what item do they want to talk about?
Yeah, what item is?
Doug, you've been unmuted. Which item did you want to speak on?
I don't have the number. This is Doug Burge. It would be the Malibu Motel project.
Noted. We'll call you when we come to that item.
All right, and that's going to get pulled anyway. All right, so
Move
we'll wait
to
on
approve the consent calendar excluding 3A1.
All right.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, the motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 3A1 is approved. Let's now go to item 3A1. We have speaker slips. We have 3 speaker slips. First one is Matt Hinks, then followed by Stephen Keim.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and Honorable City Council members. I'm Matthew Hinks. I'm counsel for the project applicant for the Malibu Inn Motel project. We have what I think is a fairly modest ask for you. Tonight, I did write a couple of letters to the City Council. I did hope you had an opportunity to review it. We're not asking you to change the decision that the City Council has already reached. We understand that the Council was not prepared to approve the version of the project that was before you back on May 13th. We understand that. We're not asking you to change that decision. We are asking you for a little bit of indulgence because of an issue that this property owner faces as a result of certain regulations of the the Regional Water Quality Control Board that were adopted in 2009. That the effect of those regulations would potentially render this project site undevelopable if the current action is simply adopted as it's currently proposed, the denial. That 2009 amendment, the Basin Plan Amendment, includes exemptions, an exempt list from those regulations. This project is on the exempt list because there was a complete project application pending at the time the Basin Plan Amendment was adopted. And so all we're asking you to do is to take some action to help us to preserve that amendment so that this project site is not rendered undevelopable. And we think there's a couple of ways that that can be done. And I laid it out in my letter. One of the ways that we can do it is to pull this item. I appreciate the item being pulled, not to adopt this amendment, but to vote to agendize on the next or the subsequent City Council hearing for the consent calendar an amended resolution to remand this project back to the Planning Commission for consideration of a revised project. Alternatively, you know, the amendment could be simply, rather than adopt this resolution tonight, to agendize some other amendment that the important point is that at a minimum that they be allowed to continue this project application, keep this project application alive. We've been told by the planning department that the resolution of denial, if adopted as is, would require them to start over a brand new project application, brand new traffic studies and all the rest, and start over from scratch. We don't think that that's fair. We don't think that that's in keeping in the intent of the resolution or the City Council's actions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
After Mr. Hakeem, it'll be Joe Drummond.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and honorable council members. My name is Stephen Hakeem, part of the applicant team. As you heard from our council, we feel that what we're asking for tonight is a modest ask. We take a lot of pride in being community members here in Malibu for many years. And I know that something that Council Member Silverstein had alluded to was that if we give them a chance to redesign this, then it's enticing other developers to come forward and ask for the moon. And that's far from the truth of what has happened here. We don't feel like we got a fair shot. And irrespective of that, we're not asking for a new hearing because we appreciate the commentary of the public and we want to redesign it to be able to make that change in the project. And this was approved by the Planning Commission. This was supported by the staff. So again, with all due respect, I feel like that's far from the truth. Approving the resolution in its current form shows an utter intent, in our opinion, to render this site almost economically, a total economic loss for us. I don't think that's the intent of the council for any project. Yes, property owners have rights, but it doesn't mean we can do whatever we want. And we just want another shot to be able to come forward with something that can be approved. And we feel that we can do that. And we're hoping that you can just give us the shot to do that. We've spent 14 years trying to develop this site, and with 3 minutes of your time, you can still give us a chance to develop something here. And we feel like it's no sweat off of the city's back. What does the city have to lose? If they don't like what we're coming back with, they don't have to approve that. So again, with all due respect, I know there's been a lot of misinformation about our project. There's been a lot of misinformation about who we are and what we care about. We care deeply about this community. We care deeply about anything that we do in this city, and we take pride in that, and we want to come forward with something that everybody can be proud of, and we do appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. So I would just say to that I understand it takes a unanimous decision to rehear a hearing, and I would hope that that wouldn't happen. The Hakeems had decades to put in a project that could have been approved, but they did not. I'm requesting that the story poles be removed and that a Shumash cultural monitor be assigned, because it was not assigned when the story poles were added. And they never did proper traffic studies for the original first two projects, so they do need to start again. They have a much needed parking lot there, and that's what should stay and what is needed, especially with the new plans coming forward with Caltrans. Perhaps they can work with Caltrans or sell the land for a parking lot. Thanks.
Thank you. So we have someone on Zoom.
There are 2 raised hands. First is Doug.
All right. Doug, go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening, council members. This is Doug Burge, architect. Just wanted to say a few things. After the hearing, we spent a lot of time with our client, but I've also spent a lot of time with Malibu citizens and other business owners in the area. And, you know, as much as there's been a lot of press about this project, there's actually a lot of interest in this project. There's a lot of interest in increasing, you know, the motels and the lodging in Malibu. And, you know, as the architect, and I've been an architect in the city for over 35 years, and I think I've done a lot of great projects for the city. And even though this project definitely has challenges with this location, site, grading, et cetera, we've been meeting lately, these last few months, and really come up with some really, I think, very, very, very clever but great ideas. Not that we couldn't come up with those before, but this is what we're dealing with now. And maybe some more expensive ideas, but maybe more appropriate ideas. And so we just want to have a chance to resubmit. We have a great project, and we have a great need. The great need for the city is lodging. And to have a beautiful project there that would definitely be fitting right in and would be matching or meeting a lot of the things. And we definitely listened, as I told before. I'm a good listener. And so I'm hoping that we can present something and not start over. We don't need to start over. This is something that Malibu as a city really does need, and it's really appropriate for this use. We looked at all sorts of other options even for the site, talking to my clients, saying, hey, what about this? What about that? Nope. It all comes down to this. And you know, we did the Surf Rider, we redid that 20-room motel, very simple project, did some improvements there, built the rooftop deck. It's a really successful project that never get complaints. So we're trying to have something like that put onto this property and look at all the issues and be willing to meet with all parties that we've been talking about, even the people that were have issues with things, and I'm very open-minded about this. So I just, again, want an opportunity. We think we should have the opportunity. We've been offered this opportunity on previous projects throughout the city's history that I've been a part of the architecture on. And we just, hopefully the council can understand that. what do we have to lose? Because we still got to go through the regular process of the city, the planning commission, and ultimately probably heard before a city council. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Who's next, please?
Andy Lyon.
Okay, Andy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I parked on that lot twice this weekend. I paid $23 a day to park there because I didn't want to get a $73 ticket. You guys didn't even answer to I was really nice about commenting about that, Doug, and you didn't even respond to my request about your out of line parking enforcement. You know, a big problem, Doug Burgess talked about, there's no problem with surf. There's huge problems with the staff parking and taking up all the free public parking along that stretch of highway. There's a lack of parking. I guess the team could charge $73 a spot now. Who knows? But, I was really cool about bringing that up in public comment. I was expecting to at least be responded to in your comments, Doug. You always say I'm public safety this, or I'm this or that, or I'm on it. There was not one word back about that. And this is what Malibu is all about. This is what Malibu is all about. That's the tradition of this city is Surfrider Beach. That's where it was made. And all these people come here, and that's what this whole town is about. And you're talking about being a good community and being this project or that project or whatever it is. And you can't even say, hey, maybe we shouldn't have given these visitors to Malibu that are coming here in a traditional way, that you could take care of that. So build a hotel, build a mall, put up speed cameras, do the whole thing. You don't want to listen to anybody when they come in here if it doesn't jive with what you're talking about. But man, you got a lot of people that just were trying to enjoy the beach for the weekend and come down from the coast, and you couldn't even say, yeah, I'll look into it. You just totally dissed me. So I'm pissed. I was going to stick around for the skate park, but you blew that too. This town is so rigged, and you guys up there and all the speed and on the highway, it's Paul, you are at every single car show with your Mayor of Malibu hat on, and you come up here and just saying you're going to have a safer PCA. You guys are also full of shit. Fuck. I'm out, man. Mute me.
Okay. Anybody else?
Those are all the raised hands.
All right. Let's bring it up here to the dais. Go ahead. Bruce?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to make some extensive comments and maybe put this in perspective and see if I can't frame something for us to do. I'll give you the headline first, which is I'm prepared to vote to adopt the resolution, but alternatively, I also would be willing to vote to support having another public hearing, not simply another consent item, but another public hearing at which the sole question would be at the public hearing whether to add to what we've already done to make the rejection without prejudice, because I think that we have to, but even if we don't have to, we ought to have a public hearing and hear from the public and deliberate in an appropriate way as to whether we're going to change this decision to be without prejudice if we're going to do that. I'll explain why I think it already is with prejudice in a few moments. The only reason that I'm ordinarily completely against that, full stop, but the only reason I'm willing to consider that, and I think that we ought to hear from the public and the applicant and have a discussion, is because of the assertion that this potentially renders the project site undevelopable. I don't know that it does. I'd like to hear the explanation and test the explanation that that's the case, and I'd like to hear from the public's views about that. I also believe it would be appropriate in making that decision if Mr. Burge and others would tell us, would give us a preview of what this new creative and I forget the word he used, but anyway, this new potential project would be, so that we can figure out whether it even makes sense to be granting it without prejudice to facilitate something, or whether the new project is a non-starter before we even see it. So rather than waste the city's time with being presented with another project when we don't have to approve that right now. I think it ought to be previewed, and I think the public ought to get an opportunity to respond to it. Now, before I came in here, here's what I had to say, and it'll buttress what I'm just explaining. On August 5th, 2024, Mr. Hinks wrote us all a letter. It's in the public record now, and it was a long letter, but one paragraph said, "This letter concerns a specific irregularity not in keeping with the City Council's past practices, the refusal of the City Council to allow the applicant to withdraw the pending project and redesign it when the views of the majority became clear." In other words, once it was obvious that at least three of us were going to vote against the project, Mr. Hinks is saying that ordinarily if the applicant asks to just withdraw the project, they're allowed to. And I agree with that, which I'll explain in a moment. He went on to say the applicant requested permission to do so prior to the vote of the City Council, but that request was not voted on. And then he concludes, based on my conversations with city officials, the City Council's action was unusual and atypical as that choice is regularly given. Okay, now, notably, Mr. Hinks didn't identify the so-called city officials who he obliquely referenced in the letter. But in any event, within an hour of receiving his letter, I sent an email to Mr. Hinks, and I copied the city manager and the city attorney. I'm not allowed under the Brown Act to copy other city council members, so I didn't. I might have copied one. Thanks for the letter and for explaining your client's position so clearly. Among other things you wrote, and then I quoted that paragraph that I just read. And then I said that I recall that Mary Ann Riggins proposed a substitute motion to permit the application to be revised and resubmitted. She didn't receive a second for her proposed substitute motion. I do not, however, recall the applicant requesting permission to withdraw the proposed project prior to the City Council's vote to grant the appeal, which Mr. Hinks said had occurred. Could you please identify the time of the hearing when this request was made? The hearing can be viewed at, and I gave him the URL of the video. I said also I note that I've consistently taken the position since my election in 2020 that appeals of land use applications that are heard by the City Council should be heard on the basis of whatever project was proposed to the Planning Commission, and that the proponent of the project should not be permitted to, one, ask the City Council to consider any proposed modifications to the project presented for approval to the plan, so we shouldn't be asked to approve something different than what went to the Planning Commission. Or obtain a remand to the Planning Commission or Planning Department to propose a modified project. My stated rationale, which Mr. Hakim alluded to, is that an applicant is the master of their proposed project and should be prepared to obtain an up or down decision by the City Council once an appeal is presented. Otherwise, applicants have an incentive to swing for the fences and waste the time of the City Council, seeking approval of projects that include elements the applicant's prepared to move forward without, in the hope of securing approval from the City Council, but with a willingness to change the project if the applicant has misjudged the City Council's appetite for the proposed project. And I've said multiple times before, I think one of the reasons that we are having such a clogged planning department process here in Malibu is because we've got a lot of very wealthy applicants who swing for the fences, ask to approve projects which they know are not approvable, but they figure it doesn't hurt to try because I can always try again. It's just a question of time and money. And it's what slows up the process in Malibu completely. All the little projects don't get the proper attention because the giant projects that don't make sense are taking up all the time of the staff. Anyway, I went on to say, based on that rationale, the City Council has declined to permit a revised project to be proposed on appeal during the time I've been on the City Council. And I believe the City Council also has declined to remand a matter for reconsideration of a modified project. And I think if somebody were to go back and look at all the projects we've heard over the past 4 years, you'll see multiple projects where there was a denial and there was no permission to go back to the Planning Commission or the Planning Department. I said I have no issue with an applicant formally withdrawing a proposed project pending appeal, including during the course of a hearing on the appeal. That could be done. Indeed, I believe your client has the legal right to withdraw his proposed project at any time prior to the City Council's adoption of a formal and final resolution denying the project. So as of right now, Mr. Hakim can come up here and say, I withdraw my project. And if he withdraws his project, there's no resolution to be adopted because there's no more project. Thus, I believe your client has that right at this time. I don't believe, however, that an applicant's withdrawal of an application results in the application remaining live within the Planning Department. Rather, it's my belief that a withdrawn project simply avoids a formal denial by the City Council, which may have legal consequences that are different from a project that is formally denied by the City Council.
and I leave to the acting city attorney to advise whether an applicant that withdraws an application prior to a final denial by the city council retains the right to modify the application before the planning department or must begin from scratch with a new application. I don't know the answer to that. So the next day, Mr. Hinks replied as follows. Thank you for your email. Councilmember Riggins raised the possibility of a remand to the Planning Commission for a redesign at 6 minutes and 26 seconds into the conversation. Mayor Stewart also raised the issue at 6:32. No vote was taken either time. My client spoke at public comment at a subsequent meeting to request that option. Remember, we were told in the first letter, the city council was told, the public was told, that the applicant had asked to withdraw the project before we voted. So less than 30 minutes later, I replied to the applicant's lawyer. I'm aware what other council members said during the hearing on the appeal. I'm also aware of your client's public comments following the city council meeting. In your formal letter, you stated, quote, the applicant requested permission to do so prior to the vote of the city council. The words to do so referred to your prior words to withdraw the pending project and redesign it. As I stated in my email of yesterday, I don't recall the applicant requesting permission to withdraw the proposed project prior to the City Council's vote to grant the appeal. Accordingly, I asked you, please identify the time of the hearing when this request was made, because if it was made, it should have been granted. Your email identifies comments by Council members Riggins and Stewart, but says nothing about the applicant requesting permission to withdraw the proposed project prior to the City Council's vote. Was that statement about that in your letter an error? If not, can you please identify when the applicant made that request? Well, Mr. Hicks didn't identify the time. To this date, he has not identified the time. He has not acknowledged that he misspoke in his letter. He gave us a misstatement, though. He told the City Council that his clients had asked to withdraw the project, and we denied it, and that that was contrary to prior practice. That did not occur. Had it occurred, the application would have been withdrawn as requested. We did, though, get another letter a month later. That letter said, following my letter, I exchanged emails with Councilmember Silverstein. Based on his actions at the May 13 hearing and our correspondence, it appears obvious to the applicant that Councilmember Silverstein is doing everything within his power to throw salt on the wound of the project's denial by the City Council by rendering the applicant's property undevelopable for the foreseeable future. This was because I wrote to the council and pointed out to him that he didn't identify when the request that he said was made, asked him to identify it, and then he sent me a letter with a non-answer, and then I sent him another letter asking him to identify it again or to acknowledge his error, and he refused to do so. This is my doing everything within my power to throw salt in the wounds of the denial. So that statement's demonstrably false. As our written correspondence shows, the applicant's lawyer made an outright misrepresentation in his initial letter requesting consideration of the council's actions, and when I called him on that misrepresentation, he doubled down on the lie rather than own up to his error. Now he's triple downing. All I'm doing is seeking to see that the law is applied properly. If the way the applicant has gone about seeking approval for a project that 4 members of the City Council found to be unacceptable is now causing the applicant problems, the applicant has nobody to blame but itself for the miscalculation of submitting a project that was dead on arrival. There's also a threat of litigation if we don't provide the right to go back to the planning department, and there's an assertion that Steve Uring and I must recuse ourselves from any further hearing on this matter. I'm not going to do that. I'll say that right now. I don't believe I have any legally cognizable bias. I applied the law, and in any event, it was a 4-to-1 decision, so clearly 2 of the 3 that would be left that Mr. Hinks is complaining about would not be biased even if I were biased, which I'm not. In any event, and this is not, I am hoping that this sort of bad behavior doesn't get rewarded. The threatening litigation, making misrepresentations to the City Council about what happened, putting forth overly aggressive projects that can't get approved, and we saw what the public reaction was to this. But our decision, you have,
excuse me, no comments unless you're at the podium. You have to be invited there, please.
Notwithstanding that, can we ask him to leave?
Mr. King, please.
Last time.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let the other people talk and go like this. Why don't you do it now?
Mr. Mayor, if you want to warn him that he's going to continue to interrupt, you'll have to leave the room.
Mr. Hakeem, you heard? Please. All right, let's proceed.
So 99 times out of 100, if these were the facts, I would be vehemently opposed to giving the applicant another shot. I am still not certain where I come out because we're being told this is potentially problematic, not that it is in fact problematic. We're being told they have a better project that they're confident will secure approval. I don't know that they have a better project, but because they are saying those things, I'm willing to support having a full-blown public hearing on the request that this be without prejudice. And by the way, I didn't say, it is, I said this before at a city council comments. In litigation, in courts, when you move to dismiss a complaint, if the court dismisses it and doesn't say it's without prejudice, it's with prejudice. When this city council, the historical practices, when the city council denies an application or grants an appeal that's opposed to an application, unless the city council affirmatively says you can go back to the planning department, it's with prejudice. There was a motion made to amend the decision that we were proposing. There was a motion made to substitute the approval of the appeal and to also approve the appeal but do it without prejudice. That did not get a second. Therefore, it's not correct to say that the city council didn't decide to make this with prejudice. That is the default rule. That is what happened. So if we're going to have if we're going to consider making this without prejudice, I believe we both must and in any event ought to have a public hearing. Let the residents of Malibu know in advance that's going to occur. Let them come here and speak their piece. Let the applicants speak their piece. And if we are persuaded at that point that the appropriate thing to do is to let them have another shot at the another bite at the apple, then that's what we would vote to do, or we'll deny it at that point. But I don't think that it's appropriate to simply change the resolution, bring it back on consent, and then approve that.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I could ask the city attorney to describe what this next hearing would look like. Would it be another full appeal, or what would it be?
So tonight, the only item before the council is the memorialization of the decision made at the prior meeting. If there's going to be any action besides memorializing that, would need to be set for a future date. If you want to change the resolution, make a substantive change to it, that would need to be set for another public hearing. It will need a 21-day notice. I would not recommend that we depart from our practice of memorializing our prior decisions. The applicant has also raised the issue of wanting to maintain the same application number. If the council wants to consider the administrative matter of whether they can keep the same application number, that could be set for a future date to consider that. That was not agendized for tonight, but if they want to keep it, that could be, if it has implications for them, that's an administrative matter. It's not part of the decision on the project itself. So I don't think you would need to amend or change the resolution in order to take that action if that's something that the council is interested in. In terms of with prejudice or without prejudice, I would agree with Councilmember Silverstein that the decision was with prejudice since it was not specified. If that was not the intention of the council, they could make a change to that. But again, if the council wants to consider changing its decision, we would need to set a new public hearing. If it just wants to deal with the administrative matter of the application number, they could adopt the resolution tonight and then set that for consideration at a future hearing.
Okay. Just to be clear, when you talk about additional hearing, another hearing, public hearing, we're not talking about a full-blown appeal hearing. Are we talking about just rehearing the matter?
If you're talking about the application number, it would not be, I should call it hearing. It would just be an item to discuss whether the applicant can maintain the same application number that it had for the prior application. It would not have anything to do with the decision on the project itself. If you want to change the resolution and the action that's described in the resolution, that would need to have a fully noticed public hearing.
Okay. Bruce, go ahead.
Could we not ask the applicant to condition the subsequent hearing on only being the question of whether the denial is with prejudice or without prejudice when we're considering their request that we have a further hearing.
If we had a further hearing, it would not be the same process of 15 minutes each side that's already been happened. So everyone would get 3 minutes, and you also have to consider in this case there was an appellant. They were not the appellant, so there are other people that are involved too. So if it was brought forward, it would be everyone would get 3 minutes, but on top of that, any additional correspondence or discussion that's happened since the prior public hearing would need to be disclosed on the record.
But it would be limited to the question of whether to make the denial without prejudice. It wouldn't be open to, I still want to do my original project, and now since we're having a rehearing, all bets are off, right?
The council could make that statement, but until a resolution is denied, we couldn't stop somebody from discussing anything about the project, but that, yes, the council could agendize it.
All right, okay. Paul, go ahead.
Bruce, you said earlier that you'd want a view of any proposed replacement project to occur at that time. Is that possible? Do you think, Bruce or Travis?
I wouldn't recommend having a proposed project brought before the council. It could result in some type of predisposition or prejudice against any kind of project that would eventually come forward. It should be, the project should be evaluated based on what it is, and also whatever that future project is doesn't have any impact about the council's evaluation of the evidence presented and the decision rendered on the application that was put forward. If they are interested in, doing something else, they're welcome to correspond with the council and share their thoughts or, what they want to do. But I would not recommend setting an item to hear proposals on what they want to do on the site.
Okay. Mary Ann, please, go ahead.
Trevor, it just, both for my own education and the public's education, could you explain the difference between with prejudice and without prejudice as to how soon they could submit an application to the planning department for a new project?
A denial with prejudice prevents the applicant from reapplying for substantially the same project within a 1-year period. If they want to apply for something else or some other type of project, or project that's substantially different, they would not be prevented from doing so, even if the decision is with prejudice.
I'm going to make a motion to adopt 3A1 as presented.
Do we have a second for that motion? Or Bruce, did you make a motion or not?
I pretty much just proposed a way to proceed, so I'll accept that Mary Ann's making the motion.
All right.
I'll second it.
Got a second? Any discussion?
Yeah, I really don't understand what the proposal right now. And then the whole reason I pulled this is I wanted to talk about why I voted the way I voted before and the lessons that I think everybody learned during that. But can I gain your permission to speak for a few moments?
Yeah. Go ahead.
The mayor hasn't called the questions.
Haven't called the question. We're still in discussion.
I think everybody here and who was there that night was aware that it was a very chaotic situation that went way too long with way too much emotion and way too much shouting and not behaving properly. I think that the hearing was improper as could possibly be experienced. Having said that, the project's too tall, there was too much grading, and you can't have a pool. And if you were to redesign the project, I would hope to see something that's submitted as a motel. The zoning is appropriate for motel. That's what we need. And the reason I say we need, the city of Malibu has tried to get a short-term rental ordinance passed, which would allow us to really put a lot of negative pressure on people who want to open short-term rentals. And that's because when I first got elected 3.5 years ago, nearly all of our calls were people who were upset about the fact that there was a short-term rental having a party in their neighborhood, constantly behaving improperly. We drafted a short-term rental ordinance. We went to the Coastal Commission about it, and Coastal Commission told us we couldn't have a short-term rental ordinance that did what we wanted because we don't have enough motel or hotel rooms in Malibu. And we pushed back a little bit because that was just after it looked like there was going to be a Norm's Hotel was coming. But with that as a requirement, I think most people would rather have a motel in one location rather than 20 individual short-term rentals, one in each neighborhood. So and I was not sufficiently capable of making that point that night. And I apologize for that. So I'm done.
All right, Bruce, you have a comment?
Well, I'm confused by that comment. I'd just like to understand if that means Paul really meant to vote against the project, because it sounds like he said that it didn't comply with our rules, but he voted in favor of it. I don't understand that.
I voted in favor of it as a protest more about the hearing process than anything else. I made requests that were ignored by the chair. I made, it went on and on and on, and not in any kind of a productive fashion.
Okay. All right, here. Go ahead, Steve.
I encourage everybody who's listening to this, the meeting is on video. Go listen to it on video and see what you think.
All right. We have a motion and a second. I'm assuming, Bruce, you don't want to make a substitute motion?
My thought was that Marianne was the most likely to want to have another hearing since her substitute motion was denied, and since she's made the motion, no, I'm not proposing a different motion.
Okay. All right.
If I may, I agree with Paul. I do think that the site is appropriate for a motel, provided that it is designed in a way that complies with our code. So that being said, whenever you're ready to call the question.
All right.
Yeah, I think we all agree with that, and I think we all said that at the hearing, that a proper project would be one that would be welcome.
I think that was said repeatedly. All right, we have a motion and a second on the table. Let's call for a roll call vote.
And the motion again is?
Can we repeat the motion?
It's the recommended action to adopt the resolution, correct?
And we're
Correct.
adopting it with prejudice or without prejudice?
It's a denial. It's not specified, but that would be with prejudice.
Okay.
And if we approve this, then there is no peek at a possible future. There is no possibility of them getting remanded back to the Planning Commission with an improved project. Is that correct?
Not for this. They can apply for another project at this site. The issue for them on this property appears to be related to the prohibition zone and the MOU and the actions of the water board, not of the city. The city is not preventing them from any type of construction on there. If there's guidance from the water board that they're not going to allow them to continue to develop, or that we're going to keep subject to that prohibition zone, they can go back here and request the council to, clarify, let them keep the same application number, or not. And it's really out of our hands about how they are going to treat that.
Is keeping the same application number enough to satisfy the water board?
I don't believe they've specified it, but I think that was the request from the applicant.
Okay.
All right, let's do a roll call
The water board
vote.
very well may allow them just to develop without having the same application number, since it was a specified property on that. We don't know. It's their interpretation about how they're going to treat that, whether a new OWTS can be put in place on that site.
Okay. All right, we're clear about what the resolution is. So let's go for a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes, might as well.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. As we close this out, I would like to make a statement very quickly here. A resolution memorializing the approval of this appeal, which is a denial of the applicant's CDP application to build the proposed motel hotel, is not to be changed by any comment I'm about to make. The project, as was proposed by the applicant, should remain denied. However, I would ask that in the order to facilitate the Water Quality Board's exemption for this property, I would ask that if the applicant submits a future motel project for this site, that the staff consider using the same coastal development permit number 09-067 for that submission. And that's only a request. All right.
Mr. Mayor, I believe that our city attorney told us we would have to agendize and vote on that question.
It was only a recommendation for the staff to consider. It's up to the staff. It's an administrative issue. Trevor, do you agree?
Yeah, that's not a direction from the mayor. The mayor's not able to make that determination, and it's not on the agenda. He's making a statement about his personal views. If an item, in the future is brought forward, the council can consider, the administrative treatment of it. Also, I couldn't tell you sitting here how staff will treat it if they do come back with a new application, but the applicant's welcome to always come back and speak at public comment or make requests to the council if it requests further action related to that.
Okay. As I said, this is my comment. All right, let's go to item 4A. Does everybody want to take a break or want to keep going?
That was 4A. No, I'm sorry. That was 3B. Sorry.
Yeah, 4A.
I think 4A may be a relatively lengthy hearing.
Yeah, it probably will be. Yeah, let's take 10 minutes, come back, well, let's come back at 8:40. We'll take a break for right now. All right, let's, he's back in session.
We don't have city attorney.
We don't, oh.
There he is.
Oh, he's back. He's employed again.
We just thought we were going to get started. All right. City Council meeting is back in session. Next item up is item 4B, Amendment to Malibu Municipal Code, Chapter 17.68, Temporary Use Permits. Now here, item 4A. Let's see. Please raise your hand in Zoom if you'd like to speak. This item will be called after staff report. Do we have any messages here? All right. Do we want to do this speakers first or not?
You'd want to hear the staff report first, so then the speakers can comment on that.
I'm looking at this, it's missing this part here. Okay. You left off a line somewhere, I think, right? I'm not reading it right. All right, staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, members of the council. My name is Joseph Smith. I'm a contract planner. It's good to see you actually in person instead of on a little video screen. But I'm pleased to be able to bring this to you this evening. So this is zoning text amendment 21005. It's been in the making for a while, and it amends your TUP chapter. I'll walk you through the presentation, and I do apologize, there are more slides than typical. Codified as part of Municipal Code Chapter 1768, the city's TUP process was originally adopted in 1999 and began regulating uses on non-residential property. I want to make clear that this is an amendment to the TUP chapter and not the special events chapter, which regulates events on residential property. And so then there are no changes proposed to the SEP process as part of this ordinance. The purpose of the TUP chapter is simply to consider the allowance of short-term placement of activities, could be uses, could be events, many of which would be prohibited as permanent placements in temporary facilities, public or private buildings, or open space, or outside of buildings as defined in the code. So why amend the code? During 2021, the City Council heard concerns raised by the public about the city's TUP process, including ambiguity in the TUP chapter, challenges with using the TUP process, limitations in the TUP chapter as well, and so forth. So in 2021, Council adopted Resolution 2165 to direct staff to look at an amendment to this code section. I have four just examples of issues that were raised at that time. The first with a theme around difficulty with the temporary event duration. This gets into details about the 14 consecutive day component, but the code does not allow non-consecutive events. So can events run with a day in between events, or do they all have to be consecutive day after day? And what about events that last longer than 14 days? Are those prohibited? A second issue was requiring a permit for community-sponsored art events, with a feeling that art, cultural, and educational events that typically require a TUP, the code fails to recognize that there are several events that occur in city public areas that are already designed for such uses, so why a TUP, especially with less than 100 attendees and there's no admission charged. Another example that was noted was a lengthy notice period. When you put all the noticing periods together, sometimes the code section doesn't even allow an event to take place. It just, there's not enough time to be able to make all the noticing deadlines. So that was a component that was raised, as well as allowing a mechanism to allow for shorter notice periods for some types of events when special circumstances exist. Perhaps no food, no alcohol, no amplified sound, just smaller event types. The last one was themed as a one-size-fits-all approach, and this looks at the TUP chapter's limit of 6 TUPs per parcel, again, non-residential property annually. But this does not recognize the type or size of the property involved, the zoning, or the event type proposed, and it also doesn't allow a mechanism to extend beyond 6 if that's so desired. So in response, Council directed staff to address the following. First, what constitutes a temporary event? Consider an allowance and how to process what's referred to as a series of events that operate outside of that 14-day duration. Clarify event timelines, TUP requirements, and permit process for this art, cultural, and educational events in public spaces. In drafting the ordinance, some of the goals used include the following: looking, of course, to find resolution for the concerns that were raised in 2021, looking through and finding additional ambiguous code text, address and provide more clarity in the TUP process for the public, applicants, and the city decision makers. Ensure the quality of life for city residents and the community and neighborhoods at large is protected, and also look at a way to enhance the public's ability to review certain event types and provide more thorough input. Just breaking down the ordinance time frame, again, going back to December 2021, we've been to Zorasis 3 times, received a lot of valuable input in the ordinance drafting process through those meetings. We went to the Planning Commission twice, and again, they continued to refine the ordinance, ultimately adopting Reso 2317 in May of last year, and we're before you this evening for the first consideration of the first reading. I have a couple slides here just to give an example of some of the input that we did here. From Zorasis, they really looked hard at the arts, cultural, and educational events language and how to consider a potential exemption of that language. And so what I have here in the red is going through this process to consider an exemption for these types of events. It could be exempt if it's held at facilities designed to accommodate such uses. And so the threshold that Zorasis looked at is, let's define that as City Hall or city parks. Another requirement would be that it's relatively small in size. So Zorasis looked at setting a threshold of 100 or less attendees. And last one is would not unreasonably disrupt the community due to their inherent nature. And the threshold there is if an admission fee would be charged or not. Zorasis considered and found value in looking at a new major TUP process, which would be new to the ordinance, that would help enhance public review, but only limited to certain types of events. And I'll get into the major TUP, but that's essentially going to the Planning Commission. These would be for larger events, which was considered events that are 1,000 or more attendees, and a series of events, events that run beyond the 14-day, or we have a 30-day seasonal limit as well. Zorasis did make clear that they want to make sure that major TUPs include a process to protect the community from unreasonable impacts through application requirements, findings, appeal provisions, and revocation clause. Some examples of the Planning Commission input include the following: looking for sections that were redundant in the code. So one section in particular was just deleted out. It didn't add any relevance to the TUP process. The Planning Commission added a new de minimis section, which is framed as TUP not required. This has a list of more objective uses that would not require a TUP and thresholds around those. They also updated the city parcels and parks exemption, changed the wording around to make it a little more generalized, and then added in to make sure that uses would be compliant with any underlying use restriction, but would not be included for any city properties that were leased, say to an outside vendor for a year or more. So with that, after 5 public hearings and review by staff, the city attorney and city manager, the draft TUP ordinance was finalized. The proposed chapter structure largely mirrors the current chapter and is noted on the screen. To address ambiguity, for example, subsections 030 and 040 clarify the types of uses that would be exempt and those that would require a permit. The proposed ordinance is intended to improve the city's handling of TUP requests, removing ambiguity, and enhancing the public's review. I'll plan to walk you through a few of the key concepts in the ordinance. I won't read all this. This is in your packet, but essentially we've updated the purpose statement with an overhaul. This really is intended to explain that a temporary use or temporary event is considered a temporary activity for purposes of the code. It sets up how the code is to operate and how the process is to protect negative impacts of such uses on the community as a whole. What it does also do is it removes any of the requirements. Under our current TUP chapter, there's actual requirements in the purpose section which have been moved out and moved into areas that are easier to understand and see. The ordinance addresses that community events issue, that arts, cultural events issue. And as I mentioned earlier, what this does is add the following text as the proposed exemption. It's events located on any city-owned parcels and parks. Again, it excludes properties that are already leased out to a vendor, so long as the number of anticipated attendees does not exceed 100 and an admission fee is not charged. It has reference in there about any underlying use restrictions, say on Legacy Park or Trancas Park, which have restrictions on events. And then it also requires and points to a facilities use permit, which is a separate administrative permit that's handled by the Parks Department for rentals of city property. We also require insurance. And so that's all part of that definition. In terms of the terms arts, cultural, and educational events and why the Planning Commission decided to steer away from that, it was deleted because they were trying to find a way to keep it more broad instead of limiting it to a certain group of events. And by opening it up that way, it would still capture those arts, cultural, and events, but base it more on objective thresholds as opposed to specific types of uses. The ordinance enhances the public review for certain types of events. And again, this looks at creating two processes in the ordinance. The first is a minor, which is typical of what we have today. That's the staff review, and the director is the decision-making body appealable to Planning Commission. The new component is a Planning Commission review, again, the major process. And this new process requires these types of TUPs to go to a public hearing. It allows for public review. The decision is that of the Planning Commission and not the planning director. It has specific findings that must be made. A public notice period of 21 days is proposed. You'll see references where it says or 10 or 32. That's coming up. There's some requests for council to help frame that. There's a public hearing, and then there's a 10-day appeal to City Council. It also addresses event timelines and a series of events. So this clarifies how to process large events, which again is defined as 1,000 or more attendees. It also provides a mechanic for a series of events. These are events that would operate beyond 14 days, beyond the 30 seasonal event days. This could be requested for going beyond the 6 limit of TUPs per year. And then we also have another parameter that's in the existing chapter, which is a 60 consecutive day limit of events as well. And if for whatever reason an applicant wanted to go beyond that, they could request that under a major. Some types of major TUP activities, I've covered the first and the second already, and the third. There's also a provision that allows the director to elevate specific uses up to the Planning Commission for enhanced public review if there's certain requirements.
Excuse me, Mr. Smith, sorry to interrupt your presentation. Mayor and Council, just wanted to let you know that we had just received notice from Southern California Edison about a potential public safety power shutoff situation. We're trying to get some information on what's happening right now. It appears that there may be a portion of the city that has now been shut off as a precaution due to high winds. We're trying to get exactly where that location is. We believe it's part of the Nicholas Circuit. And we don't know if that might be affecting any of the persons who are trying to participate in the meeting remotely. According to the clerk, we had about 8 raised hands for this item. So we're working to get that information right now. Obviously, we still have power here, but there may be some folks at home who are not able to participate.
If we could maybe get a clarification, if these 8 people are able to make comments, would that be satisfactory, or do we have to?
We don't know if there's any folks at home who are not able to participate. We had 8 folks online with raised hands, and I think we still have them there.
We seem to have about the same number of participants. They don't all have their hands raised. We haven't seen a significant drop in the number of Zoom participants, but it is possible someone in the community could have been watching on YouTube or planning to join and participate in one of the hearings scheduled tonight.
All right, thank you. Let's proceed then.
Just to clarify, there's no legal requirement for us to abandon the meeting. There's clearly listed on our agenda that if you want to participate remotely, that you can't assume that you will be able to do so. So it's at the discretion of the council if they want to proceed or if they don't want to.
All right. Go ahead, Paul.
I am in favor of proceeding.
All right. Let's proceed ahead. Thank you, Joseph.
Okay. Thank you for the water break. I was just covering different types of major TP activities, and I was the bottom 3 on here, how it says no longer staff decision. These are 3 types of temporary activities that are in the current code that would be normally approved by the planning director. So these would all be pushed up to a planning commission decision if any of these were ever to be proposed. And yes, that is circuses and carnivals. That comes from the 1999 ordinance. We tried to maintain as much as we could. Minor TUP activities. So again, this is status quo. This is the existing city process. Not a lot has changed except there's been some refinements, especially to the findings to help strengthen those. But these are limited to certain less intense TUPs. They do have to adhere to strict criteria that's in the ordinance. These would have a 21-day public notice as proposed. Again, this could be looked at as part of council's actions. It currently, in the current code, has a 3-day appeal to Planning Commission. So after the director makes a decision, there's a 3-day appeal window that would go to Planning Commission. But this could be looked at as a 10-day as well. This also adds a temporary relocation of a farmer's market within 350 feet of the permitted location. This, as you recall, was a council urgency ordinance back in November of 22, and this formalizes that. There's some other ordinance updates just summarized here. It does add application requirements, specifically calling out alcohol service, food, amplified sound. We want to know about how traffic control and parking are handled. These are all now up front in the application requirements for an applicant to consider. When an application comes in, the current code requires that it's submitted within 35 days of the event. This came more from internal, that would be pushed out to 45 days before an event to allow additional review internally, especially with our city departments. But again, this could be kept at 35 days. It includes enforcement findings to ensure that the location that's subject to the application has no active violations. And it's important to note that's not otherwise subject to an active compliance agreement. Also, another enforcement finding is that it has not received 2 or more citations for violating the noise ordinance in the last 12 months, and these were added into the ordinance as findings. It also includes a general finding that it's subject to all other city ordinances. I wanted to put a couple slides on here about timeframes because it is a little bit confusing. The way that the current ordinance lays out states that a application for a minor TUP would need to be submitted 45 days before the use occurs. The public notice would go out 21 days before the use occurs. The director would make its decision 14 days before the use, and then there's that appeal window 3 days post-director decision. And again, in the red, these are here as options that have been carried forward from the Planning Commission to council. Major TUP timeframes, a little bit more consistent with what we're used to. An applicant would need to account for public noticing, Planning Commission scheduling, and a 10-day appeal before the event start. There's no set timeframes. Public notice is still 21-day, PC decisions at the hearing, and this has the regular 10-day appeal to City Council. There are 2 feedback requests. There's several other.
Oh, sorry. Paul's got a question.
I'm a little bit confused. It seems to me like for a minor one, we're asking for more notice than we are for a major one. Is that correct?
I apologize. It's the same public notice provision for both minor and major. It would be 21 days before the event. That's what the public would receive.
So it's 45 days for anything?
45 days before you would want to operate do your event, you would have to submit an application to the city. And within that 45-day shot clock, at day 21 days before the event, notice goes out, 14 days before the event, decisions made, and a 3-day appeal window.
We aren't very nimble then, are we?
No, and this is one of the complications with the current chapter. The current chapter, again, it's 35 days before the event. The public notice is 32 days before the event. So there's a 3-day gap. It's not much. Director decision is 24 days before the event, and there's a 3-day appeal window. So this is one of the complications for everybody involved in these, as to trying to get these timeframes down.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The Planning Commission had several items of feedback to the City Council. Those are all reflected in the staff report. Most of them are just informational. They wanted to carry forward their rationale and some of the votes and things that were taken. There are 2 that they had formally requested council action on. One is the public noticing timeframe. So I've mentioned this already. The current requirement is that public notice goes out 32 days before an event. That's been shifted down to 21 days. That was in the Planning Commission resolution. It could also be reduced down to 10 days. And for relevance, I wanted to show that currently today, TUPs have the longest public noticing period of any action that's in your municipal code. Even more than a code amendment, a CUP, or a variance, those are all 21 days. Even more than a coastal permit or a site plan review, which are 10 days. So that's part 1. Leave it at 21 or modify. And there's a slide coming up that'll help remind you of these. There's also provision that does allow the director to waive public noticing requirements due to certain types of minor TUPs. And again, this is a situation where maybe there's an event that has no food service, no alcohol service, no amplified sound. It's literally a minor event, but for whatever reason, it's, yep.
Let me ask a quick question. When you said that the TUPs have the longest noticing requirement, that's a notice before a decision by the director, though, right? Not by the commission. So there's not a hearing necessarily attached to the TUP, whereas there's a hearing attached to all those other things that you described. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's a good clarification. Yeah, there's no hearing for a planning director decision. Okay, so I was explaining that that there is a provision that under certain circumstances, the director can waive public noticing or reduce public noticing timeframes and so forth if an event is truly minor in nature. It doesn't include certain criteria. There's some listed here on the screen. And again, this is just to help facilitate events going through the process. Feedback number 8 looked at the appeal timeframe. So again, the current chapter where it says that 3 days following the director's decision, it could be appealed to the planning commission. There was and that's what the way the ordinance currently reads as well. It just carries it forward. But the planning commission did want to raise this and ask if you wanted that to be pushed up to 10 days, similar to a major TUP. There was a planning commission note that by increasing the minor TUP appeal timeframe, it could result in event scheduling constraints and discourage TUP application filings. And that's a consistent theme throughout this process, is to get more filings in a more cohesive manner with less ambiguity and confusion in the process.
Joseph, real quick, the current appeal process is more than 3 days, isn't it?
The appeal needs to be filed within 3 days after the planning commission's decision.
Not right now. That's not how it reads today. I don't believe. I remember the TUP came out, there was something that said you had, if the TUP came out, I could send an appeal in, I had 10 days to get the information back to the staff as to the reasons why I filed the appeal.
So the current section 6880 says the applicant may appeal the decision of the planning director to the planning commission within 3 calendar days of the decision date. So perhaps what you're getting to, council member, is then once an appeal is filed, then it kicks in the typical timeframes to get to planning commission. I'm just pulling from the code reference here. I
got to go back and read it.
Yeah.
I mean, there was something. I remember there was in the form for the appeal.
Okay.
Okay. It said once the TUP is approved, I had 10 days to appeal it. Right?
Well, precisely why we are looking at the code, because there's ambiguity then between information that's out there and information in the municipal code.
Well, but I mean, that's what the form said. If you read the application form for TUP, 3 days is a little tight, but go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, maybe that's why the planning commission wanted to raise it up as a question for council. There is feedback 1. This is not requested for action this evening, but the planning commission did spend some time looking at TUP filing fees and staffing. They wanted to carry forward these 3 thoughts to the city council to make sure the TUP fee, which is currently $821, is to be commensurate with staff time spent processing TUPs, and it is much more than $821. But also to look at providing a lower fee for minor TUP appeals than major TUP appeals. That's something else that was requested. And then also add an additional planning staff position to help facilitate TUP processing. One item of correspondence was provided for you from Kenneth Ehrlich and Jackson McNeil. They do represent the Trancas Market Shopping Center. We've provided all the correspondence from Zorasis and Planning Commission in your packet as well. This is just a summary slide before the recommendation slide, which is next. This again is just summarizing those requests from the Planning Commission. Again, looking at the application submittal, how many days before an event, the public notice provision. Should it stay 32, 10, 21, or maybe it's a 10 for minor and 21 for major, all kinds of options for you. But we've written the ordinance in a certain way if you want to stay consistent with that. The director waiver, if that is acceptable for certain limited uses, and then the TP appeal window filing. Leave it at 3 days or increase for minor TPs to 10. And so with that, we recommend consider any further adjustments to the ordinance before you. Find the ordinance, if it's amended, as amended, is exempt from CEQA. And then after city attorney reads the ordinance, introduce first reading, again, if amended, and then direct staff to come back September 23rd for a second reading, if that's council's desire. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions?
I have one.
Go ahead.
And I was a member of the races when we did this, so I sat through, okay. But the minor TUPs, when we first did it, when we talked about it, they had to be a Malibu organization. And that's not in the code right now. Why is that?
Yeah, that's correct. And I apologize. I should have mentioned Councilmember Euring was there with Councilmember Pearson as the racist at the time. Yeah, you're correct. There was a recommendation to look at limiting those events to a Malibu organization. We did have the caveat that we would be in coordination with the city attorney's office if that's something that would be feasible. And it's not there. So basically we tried to broaden it and not tie it down to certain types.
And it's not there because the city attorney said you can't do that?
Not to put you on the spot, Trevor, but it was in coordination with the city attorney's office and also trying to figure out how would that even be implemented? How would that even be checked and regulated in terms of, is this a profit?
It's a 501c3, it's got to have a Malibu address. Mm-hmm. I think that's what we said, because otherwise they're both, I mean, I can get people from across the country to come in, run events. And yeah. I don't think that's the intention of what we're trying to do. I mean, the original goal said, let me go back. The original goal was we had like the Art Society, all right, that we took a look at and said, small organization, doesn't have a lot of funding. They've run events here in the city before. They seem to be well controlled. So if we can find a way to eliminate the 9 miles of barbed wire and broken glass they got to go through to get an event set up, it seemed like a real good idea. Mm-hmm. And we said that works for Malibu organizations, right? Mm-hmm. Small Malibu groups. So I don't know why we took out the Malibu stuff, because that seemed like a great idea and we did it.
Yeah, and I don't know if you have any comments on it, Trevor, but sorry, go ahead.
There are concerns about being able to, this is an application of the zoning code that needs to apply equally to everyone. There's also, I think, when we discussed this, there were issues related to, the manipulation of two issues. One, about being able to manipulate the location of the 501c3, and that a number of them are not actually based in Malibu, but operate a lot in Malibu also. There would be issues with applying it.
Say that again. It seems to be a fairly simple process. Are you a 501c3 to have a Malibu address? If you can, you get the free TUP. If you don't, you got to do the others. I mean, I thought we were trying to take care of Malibu organizations.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
If I might, yeah. I think this is the time for questions. And
I
have comments about this subject as well, but this is now like a discussion of the subject, not a question about the issue.
Okay, I'll back off. I just didn't understand why we removed it.
City Manager, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before you get into questions and deliberation, one other thing I wanted to offer for council's thought process tonight, and I apologize, this came up fairly late in my conversations with both the contract planner and with the city attorney, but just another idea I wanted to plant in the seeds of the city council tonight. As we know here in Malibu, we get pretty impacted here during certain times of the year, particularly during holidays. And I just thought that might be something for council to consider as they look through the changing to the code here. There might be a potential here to put some restrictions on issuance of TUPs, minor or major, on particular holidays during the year. And I think that might go to protect some of Malibu's interests. And if council wanted to go that way, we would also suggest that you consider some type of a waiver provision so that we know we're not locked into denying all types of events. But just something I wanted to put out there for consideration for the council to think as you work through your deliberation this evening. Thank you.
Can you clarify that for is this about the number of events or the number that have applicants, or can you tell me a little bit more about what you're trying to do there? Is it the number of events during a holiday or number of
Well, the idea, again, would be, you know, on particular events, you could either limit it or you could flat out say that the city would not issue TUPs on particular holidays.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a few questions, but they may be better asked in conjunction with the actual discussion.
Let's do that. If we can defer, because it's supposed to be just for clarifying the presentation very quickly. All right, let's go to public comments. I've got some speaker slips here. Norm Haney's first, and then followed by Mark Wetton.
Council members, after hearing the presentation, I really don't have a position to discuss with you. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Norm. Mark, you're up. Followed by Kenneth Ehrlich.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, council members. I read through the proposed amendment, and I have a couple comments that I'd like to make that I think might help the situation. I have been involved in commenting about the Trancas. I live on Trancas Canyon, so this goes back to when the original remodel was done and so forth. But I think, you know, the comments would apply, you know, everywhere to the rest of the city. But one of the things is that I think if amplified sound is used, the maximum number of days should be limited to 14 days total, whether they're consecutive or individual days. And I think it would go a long way toward taking care of some of the other nuisances that would arise from that type of an event, like parking and you know, noise and so forth. So that's something to consider. Also, I'm curious as to why the city-owned properties should be exempted from the same rules as all, you know, private properties, commercial properties. And the reason that I bring it up is that we have 5 undeveloped city properties, and some of those border neighborhoods. So, I mean, this ordinance is designed to really protect neighborhoods. So I think we're not, you know, farsighted enough in thinking about those properties that are going to be developed in some shape or fashion, and you know, this ordinance will affect those neighborhoods relative to those properties. And then lastly, I think for amplified events, we should extend the noticing to 1,000 feet rather than 500. I know that I hear the Trancas music from my house, and I think I'm beyond 500 feet. So, and I'm not opposed to the music nights. You know, in fact, I'm in favor of them. But I think, you know, just for general purposes of this TUP amendment, it might be something to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. All right, next up, Ken Ehrlich, and then after him, Jackson McNeil.
Mr. Mayor, we have a presentation, and if that could be shown, that would be great. And
go right ahead.
Now my time start after that. There we go. Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Ken Ehrlich with Elkins Cult. We do represent the Trancas Country Market, and the comments are more general and not necessarily specific to the Trancas Country Market, but I think we have a fair amount of experience at this point in this process and have some input to give. First of all, before I get into specific comments about the proposed statute, I think the council would be interested in reading the report that's coming from code enforcement about the series of concerts held at the Trancas Country Market this summer. You may remember this planning commission gave us a limited number of events, a fair amount of parameters and guidelines and guardrails to follow. My understanding, based on informal conversations with enforcement staff and our own monitors were there, was that every single one was followed. There were literally 0 community complaints about anything. And I think that's instructive, for example, from Mark's comments, and Mark and I met a couple times before, and I appreciate all of his comments, and I think the 1,000-foot idea is probably great for amplified sound, but we had amplified sound, we had parking, we had folks escorting parking, we had folks keeping people from out of Malibu West, and it worked. So I would love to have the actual report submitted that may inform what the council does here. Let me move on to the presentation itself. Skipping ahead, I think everyone knows where our location is, to page 4, requested change number 1, code enforcement violations. If we can go to page 4, please. Oh, sorry. Let's see, am I going the wrong way? There we go. So this talks about, the number 1 talks about, oh, I'm going the wrong way, I apologize. Ugh. There we go, sorry. If there are any code violations, for example, on a tenant of a shopping center, the violation is imposed and implied for the center itself. So if one of our tenants, for example, at Trancas Country Market has a code violation, we would be barred from having our summer concert series, and that seems unfair. So we propose language to say that the applicant needs to be the actual person who has enforcement proceeding against. And in our next page, we actually give you language, except that the finding shall not be required for shopping center or multi-tenant uses where applicant is not alleged to constitute the violating party. Is that, am I at 2:30 already?
Yeah.
Well, let me go faster. Number 2, we have comments about the total, for minor TUPs, the total duration is frankly confusing. And it would, the way it's drafted, it penalizes an applicant for spreading out their events over a period of time, as opposed to having them concentrated over a particular period. If I can have the indulgence to go through 2 more, if not, then we'll submit our comments, and thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. McNeil, and then, sorry, I can't read your handwriting, Borowski? Mr. Borowski?
Sure, and I actually have a presentation as well. Thank you. All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jackson McNeil. I'm with Elkins Cult, and I also represent the shopping center. As you probably know, the center has historically hosted a number of events, most notably the summer concert series, movie nights. These are generally well-liked and well-received by the community, and we appreciate Mark and other comments. The center's also hosted a number of activities where it's been at least ambiguous or a bit unclear whether it's required a TUP or not. This has included things like setting up lawn games, cornhole, having free hot cocoa on the lawn, having Santa appear, having holiday carolers appear at the shopping center. These activities, as you know, have generally taken place in the shopping center's common area grassy lawn. And like the current ordinance, unfortunately, as drafted, the new draft ordinance is also not always clear when a TUP is needed and when one is not. This is a big headache for the shopping center. I can tell you, I'm the one who does all the applications and gives advice. Not knowing a TUP is required, if you apply for one, you're going up against that 6 TUP maximum. It's also time consuming, it's also expensive, and there's often just not enough time to get a TUP. So you say you want s'mores or pumpkin carving on the lawn, we don't know if that requires a TUP. Well, too bad. If that's 2 weeks from now, there's already not enough time to get one if you want to get one. So it's a big problem. So we're asking for some exemptions tonight that we think are common sense, they're clear, they'll reduce headache for staff, and they'll reduce headache for me and for the shopping center, and hopefully make things easier for everyone. Seasonal activities. So here's a requested exemption, right? We sometimes provide family-friendly seasonal activities on the common area lawn, mostly for people passing by, you know, egg dyeing, cookie decorating, that sort of thing. If an event is anticipated to have less than 30 people and you aren't charging an admission fee, we think that that shouldn't be subject to getting a permit. Lawn games, I already mentioned this, right? We have cornhole, horseshoes, croquet. We set it up during the giant Jenga. It's great. We set it up on the common area lawn during holidays. People like it. Again, very few people participate. If you're not charging an admission, that should be exempt from the ordinance, and it should just be really clear. certain entertainment uses. We really appreciate staff's effort to exempt certain entertainment uses. That's in the draft ordinance. They use busking as an example. We would just like to clarify and explicitly include holiday carolers, open mic nights, jam sessions, recitals, acoustic music. These are all things that the center has done in the past or wanted to do or tenants have wanted to do, and it just hasn't been clear whether it's allowed or not. These are all common sense exemptions. I think these are easy to implement. We've given you the example language, and we ask that you adopt them into the ordinance. I'm welcome to answer any questions you may have, and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. You made your 3 minutes. Very good.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Of the speaker?
Sir.
Jackson, I have a question for you.
Of course.
It never would have occurred to me that you do need a TUP for something like a trivia night at a restaurant.
Sure.
Assuming wouldn't that kind of thing be the same number of people that would be at the restaurant ordinarily? They're just sitting at their table instead of just eating, playing a game?
Yeah, I mean, we've taken the position in the past that that sort of thing would be exempt from the ordinance for that reason. And unfortunately, I didn't get through all my presentation, but one of the changes we asked for is to give the planning director explicit power to, make a determination that something is de minimis activity exempt for that reason. And we've also asked that the council give the planning director power to adopt guidelines so that when those situations come up, we can get an easy answer.
Thanks. I'm just curious, maybe the city staff could answer. Is something like that subject to a TUP? Or is that just something like a restaurant can do in the ordinary course?
Yeah, so it's there's a fair degree of subjectivity in the way this is applied. So I will say that sometimes we go back to the existing purpose statement, which does help clarify a little bit here as opposed to what is and isn't a TUP event. So for example, there's the statement that says activities involving any commercial components such as an admission fee, renting a facility, charging for valet parking or shuttle service, and or public advertising shall require a TUP. So who knows, if it's a trivia event, but it's widely advertised, you need a ticket to get in, it's starting to operate beyond what the restaurant use is typical.
But what if it was just something that's available for all the restaurant patrons, open mic, trivia, what have you?
If it's part of their normal operations, no.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt, I found your name is now Matt Borowski. Runs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Council. At long last, we get to speak. Listen, I live in Trancas Canyon. I've been there for 26 years. I live right up the street from Mark. And it's true that many people in the neighborhood love the concert series and things that happen down at the shopping center, but I'll respectfully disagree with council. In fact, we've never been asked, formally on Trancas Canyon, the kind of things that he said and the kind of, sort of acceptance of this that he refers to. So what I would say is that I think for Trancas Canyon anyway, or for Malibu in general, any kind of events that create traffic, noise, drinking, partying after hours, things that happen should be constrained. At the corner, for example, on July 26th, there was a concert series event with a Tom Petty cover band, and there was parking all the way up Trancas Canyon to the top of the canyon, and people were unruly. They were, carrying on, screaming, yelling. Cars parked I sent you a letter with videos of this. Cars parked in the middle of the street, and then at 10 o'clock, when this finally ended, and all the noise and all the commotion was over, there was some kind of event where there were sheriffs and fire engines, and Sergeant Sunderland will probably verify this, going up and down the street at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. So it's actually not in Trancas Canyon a benign thing to have all these concert series. We're not suggesting that we don't have any, but doing more than 12 a year really harms the neighborhood. And we're already so impacted on Trancas Canyon from other things, traffic going up to the park, homeless people coming up from the corner, people speeding up and down the street anyway, and the cars, I can't tell you how fast the cars, that night in particular, but in general, in these concert series, come up and down Trancas Canyon. It's a very impacted street. There's not a lot of police presence there. It's, I think dangerous and very unruly to have too many of these events. So I respectfully disagree. I know your clients, want to do that because you sell more stuff down at the center. We don't want to stop them completely, but please, I implore you to limit them so we have a peaceful and tranquil life. And we live in Malibu like the way we have for all these years. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Joe Drummond?
Thank you. I just want to thank Joseph for that great presentation. I just recently was introduced to him, and he responded to my requests very quickly, and I believe he's great for the residents and stands for the mission and vision statement. And I understand that he would not ever facilitate any conspiracy by staff to work around the Coastal Act, LCP, MMC, and normal procedures, and would find this unconscionable, and would not allow any special privilege, as was suggested already this evening with the prior item, which is prohibited by certain policies that would violate equal protections ethics doctrines. And I hope he'd be considered in a permanent position in staff, possibly the new assistant planning director if he was willing. So we discussed the fee structure also in our call of this TUP ordinance coming into effect, which I don't think is yet clear. Also, I think everything that the Elkins cult people requested were fine. And I also agree that the parking should be somewhat more regulated. We discussed the fee structure, and because venues like the Lumberyard or Trankish, they should not have to pay a fee per event with the major TUP series of events. I don't know if they've organize what the fees are going to be yet, but they should not have to do that because that would be extremely cost prohibitive and prevent enjoyment of these events for residents. So there should be some kind of flat or sliding scale fee for these specific series of events. And also apparently there's a 300 square foot recycling center stipulated in Trancas's CDP. So it could be in the back corner unit by adding a side door entrance. So that's something that should be considered. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, that takes care of all of our speaker slips. Who do we have online, please?
2 raised hands. First is Barry Haldeman.
Barry, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Barry Haldeman. I've lived in Malibu for over 40 years, and I'm a member of the Arts Commission, and I'm also on the board of the Malibu Film Society, one of the original people on the board. I'm not officially speaking for either of them, although this is a consensus of what we've discussed. I think that first of all, I want to compliment the fact that you're attacking the TUP ordinance, because it's really limited us in many different ways in what we're planning on both organizations. And I apologize for coming at the last minute. I think we just weren't paying attention. I see a number of issues that are relevant to both the Film Society and the Malibu Arts Commission, and I'm not sure how much input has been given by either, because this seriously affects both organizations. For example, the Arts Commission has considered having a day of music where we would have small musical groups on each of the shopping centers, but we need a TUP and they only give 6 for the entire center. So we'd be using up 1. I'm not sure how that gets administrated. And we thank the city for the Film Society for the 3 permits we had to use the city hall. It doesn't work for first run pictures where we still have to run them in Agora because they're not of sufficient quality, the sound system and screen, etc. But we request that the city reach out to the organizations that are directly affected, like the Film Society and the Arts Commission, and I'd be happy to coordinate that if that's helpful, because we each have our particular issues based upon experience. We applaud the city for attempts to change the TUP ordinance. Let's make it work in a way that we can do so it is easier to advance legitimate artistic events, because our citizens want that. And this is an artistic-based town. Let's not tie our hands in what we can do. So again, I offer my services if that's helpful to get together some of the impacted organizations in a meeting, whatever we can do to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barry. Who's next?
Karen?
Hey there. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
I'm speaking on behalf of the Malibu Education Foundation, the Shark Fund, and our PTSAs and PTAs. And we also have a representative in the audience, Kevin Keegan. And we'd just like to express our needs related to the proposed changes to the TUP process. And I do appreciate the recommendation to include preferences for Malibu-based 501c3 organizations, which all of the organizations I mentioned are. And we just want to ensure that these changes don't unintentionally hinder our efforts to support the schools and foster community spirit among our local families. And I think most of our school-related events would fall into the minor TUP process, which seems pretty straightforward and a bit easier with the proposed changes and shouldn't be an issue. But there were just 2 items in the presentation that stood out, which I wanted to raise questions around. One was specific to the 14-day limit, because right now we're working on the annual Christmas tree holiday lot for a city-owned parcel, and we'd likely need a permit for 30 days or slightly longer to set up and for possible extensions that may happen. And it seems that would kick it up into the major TUP process, and it seems like that's a much more difficult process. And then second, many of these organizations' events take place on school sites, and I'm not quite sure if that falls under the TUP process as well, and whether the limits of 6 events a year would apply to that as well. So I guess the ask here is that we just build in enough flexibility for events hosted by these organizations, so that our process remains in the minor TUP process, or have some type of special consideration, again, so we don't unintentionally hinder our efforts to support education and foster community spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Is that all the raised hands?
Yes.
All right.
Well, we still have Karen around. Was that like racing stuff going on behind? Because it would be great to mark the recording for that, so we could play that for somebody, for the sheriff's department.
We don't know where she is.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask. If she's still around, she could tell us where that's coming from.
Karen, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Yeah, where? The request is all the background noise. Where are you?
Oh, I'm at home. Is there a lot of background noise? Did you hear cars?
Yes.
We sure did.
Oh, yeah. So Paul knows where I am. I'm on Las Flores Canyon, on the bottom of Las Flores Canyon, and it is a racetrack after 9 o'clock every single night. I think we should put in speed bumps.
Well, we appreciate you giving us that live event demonstration.
And
you are welcome. It gets better later on.
Radio, and he's working on it, I'm sure. All right, thank you very much. With that, let's bring it up to the council.
Is there any? That was it.
That was it. All right, let's bring it up to the council. Any questions? Who wants to start? I'm sure we've got some.
Well, I'm not going to go into the substance of this, but what I'd like to start by saying is, first of all, I thought the staff report was extremely well written and comprehensive, and the presentation tonight was really good as well and helpful. And I've asked before if we could get copies of the PowerPoint in advance of the meeting, because I find that helps me in preparation for the meeting, to not just see them for the first time at the meeting. There's a lot of information here for the City Council and the public to digest in a relatively short period of time without the presentation that was made tonight. And especially since we now have a power shutoff in part of the city. Barry Haldeman's comments I thought were well taken, that he would be hopeful that the city would reach out to local organizations. What I'm going to hope to occur after we hear more and discuss this is that we simply give the staff direction tonight rather than approve anything. And we can all have a lively conversation about what makes sense and what doesn't make sense, but I think that this should be the subject of a full-blown first hearing before we adopt anything, because it was a lot for me to take in, and I'm a lawyer, I'm pretty good at reading statutes, but my eyes were bleary trying to understand all the changes that were being proposed and why, and I thought the report was great, but it's a lot to take in, and I actually was disappointed that we didn't have more public comment tonight, because I would have expected we would. So that's my introductory comment.
All right. Thank you. Who wants, Mary Ann or Steve?
Well, I'll just, and I don't disagree with what Bruce said in terms of, having a better understanding of all the changes. But I think, one of the major things we talked about in our Zeracis meeting, when we set those up, was that the TUP was designed to do a couple things. One was to provide events in areas where they really weren't designed to do that, at least temporary events. But the second thing was to make sure we protected the neighborhoods. I mean, there was a real concern that said, and part of our job is to ensure the quality of life of the Malibu residents. So to make sure when we do these things that we have some assurance that that's going to happen. And my concern is, when I set some of these things up, what is the enforcement effort we're going to have in place to be able to take care of it? I mean, I don't know. I'm doing an event down at Trancas, and it's Saturday night, and there's a problem. Who do they call, and how, after they make that call, how quickly does somebody get there? If anybody can give me that answer, I'd love to hear it, because I have no idea. But we don't even know if there's anybody here to call, all right? And I just think that's wrong. That's not what we're, the events should be tied to some level of assurance that if there's an issue, somebody can be there to fix it. I think that's what the residents want. That's what we talked about in Zeracis, and I just don't see that incorporated into this document anyplace. So that's my thought.
Mary Ann?
Okay, I have a number of things. I would agree with what Bruce proposed, that this is kind of the initial look through of this, give staff some feedback on it, and then perhaps they can incorporate those into an actual first reading. So, you want me to just dive in?
Let's see, does Paul have anything?
I don't have anything special yet, but if you've got a bunch of stuff, I'd love to get an idea of what that special stuff is.
Okay. I think one of my the question I had was, does this apply to institutional sites?
Yes.
Okay, so if they were to have some type of activity that's not their regular activity, whether it's a church, worship service, it's something outside that. If it's a school site, then they're having a fundraiser or some other type of event, they would be subject to a TUP requirement depending on what that is.
Correct.
Whether it's de minimis or minor or major.
All non-residential.
Okay, perfect. That clarifies that. That's great. I think, going on Steve's point about enforcement, and I think that something else occurred, we had the NOBU event since this report was really dug into. And looking at the things that are in here, I don't even know where that particular event would fall. Would that have been a minor? Would that have been a major? It didn't rise to 1,000 people, but I don't know if they charged an admission event. There's all those types of things. So I think that was kind of a clarifying, where does that event happen in that? Karen touched on the holiday event, and there were a couple things on that.
Just to answer your question, if you go to page 23 of the resolution, item D says, following the temporary use is not requiring permits. And if you go to item 2, a public event or a private event on public or private property when conducted in compliance with the city-issued permit, such as a conditional use permit or other land use approvals authorizing such use. So if they got a conditional use permit, Nova could have had the event, they didn't need a temporary use permit, and that would not have been good.
Well, yeah, and I think that goes back to whether or not they needed it. Their conditional use permit is pretty light on requirements,
Right.
given how old it is.
All I'm saying, this would allow them to do that without saying that. I don't think that's what we want to do, but
Right.
I'm sorry.
That's what I agree with. That I think that that's something we want to nail down, so in the future we're clear whether that needs. Going back to one of the things Karen said, specifically on, I think it was the tree lot, I did the count up, and generally that has set up the Friday before Thanksgiving and tear down a day or two after Christmas. If you were to set it up the Friday before and tear it down the Saturday after Christmas this particular year, that would be 37 days. So they're not selling any items during that whole time period. So what's kind of the rule on that? They're exceeding that. The other thing about that particular event, it's at the end of the year. If people had already used up the minor TUPs on that particular property of the 6, would that now qualify into requiring a major because it's at the end of the year and previous events had already taken that up? So that was another one of my questions as to how that would function. Because I would hate for the school or some other fundraising event going all year long thinking they're doing one thing, and then all of a sudden, a month before, they're suddenly presented different requirements based upon activities outside their hands. So could a parcel have 6 minors and then ask for 6 majors, or is that, something that's available to them? Wasn't clear on that. I have, let's see, FA2. Not quite sure. Let me come back to that one. I'm not sure why I have that one there. The tenant violations. I agree with what Mr. Ehrlich raised, that if it's on a multi-tenant site, if one of the tenants has some type of violation, does that preclude that particular center from being able to go forward with any TUPs, or is it the center that has the issue and not the individual tenant for whatever reason they may have their violation? Alternative parking locations, do those require a permit? So if you don't have all your parking on the own site and you're renting another parking site, what type of permit does that other parking site need to be? Tenant violation again, the TUPs. Yeah, I've got enforcement in big letters on my notes here. What is all the enforcement for this? Is it the sheriff's coming? Is it our code enforcement? What type of things are we going to have in order to make sure that we're continuing with compliance? And then also city-sponsored events. Are they exempt from the TUP requirement? So those are kind of my initial highlight thoughts, and then we can kind of come into some discussion based on others.
Okay. Well, Maureen, go ahead.
Thank you, council members. Enforcement, as I have practiced it for TUPs, is to put the predominant burden at the site with the property owner. So establishing an ombudsman on site during the duration of the event, establishing contact information for those within the city to reach out to in the event they need help, requiring security in some cases at the location, cleanup, things of that nature, maintenance of the site before and after. These are the type of issues that fall back to the city in medium-sized events, 250 people. Let's say it's a cultural festival of some sort. Just the use of a city site has spillover effect. So typically that is included within a policy statement and an application, so that when you apply for that TUP, you have a really robust checklist of things that this has been determined they will need to operate under. So ideally, that's worked very well as first line of defense for nuisance issues.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I've got a few comments too. First off, Joseph, it is nice to see you in person. You've been boxed for so long. Nice to have you here. And I agree, this is well put together. There's a lot of information here, and I share Bruce's and Mary Ann's comment that I think we probably need to give you some feedback and then come back again. However, I look at this as an evolving ordinance. If we don't get something right this time, we'll find out about it. We'll have to go back and fix it. But I have some statements I'll make about my feeling about TUPs. A TUP is not a way to get what you couldn't get with a CUP. In other words, you can't turn your grocery store into a nightclub because you get 22 TUPs or whatever. If you're going to change what was approved for it, then come back and do it formally. It's supposed to be exactly what it says, a temporary use permit. And I think one of the things we want to stay away from is sort of synthetically giving you a CUP because we kept giving you TUPs. I think we need a little bit more clarity about what is a de minimis or ancillary operation. Your part about buskers and so forth, if you're let's go back to the grocery store example. If you had somebody playing stringed instruments there, it really is sort of ancillary to just the music. And I think that the planning director needs to have the flexibility to say, this is really not a big deal. Let's just move on. It's not worth a permit for it. I don't know what the criteria would be for that. Need to think about it somewhat. But I really believe we need to give a lot of the responsibility for enforcing these de minimis and ancillary things to the planning director. They're not impactful. It's not a big deal in most cases. Let's still make a TUP out of it. And I like the idea about under 30 people, no fees, or just a continuation of some business line that they're already doing there. I think I've had the feel the problem that the Trancas market has about what really constitutes a need for a TUP. And it may not be clear. And a lot of it's ancillary. I mean, having Santa Claus walk around or Santa Claus at a chair, to me, doesn't seem like a TUP requirement for a place that's a public venue. School sites, same sort of thing. What's ancillary? Carnival to a school may be a TUP, but putting on a Christmas party for the staff, why does that need a TUP? So I think we need to break this down to what really is an exception to what you expect to see at the site. And if it is an exception, is it really that materially large that needs to be reviewed at the city level? But at the same time, I don't think we need to have this as a backdoor way to get a CUP. The thing I'm troubled about the most is the timelines in this. I just felt like, the 10 days and so forth, as you looked at it, if you've got 45 days and you got to send notices out and so forth, but now you have an appeal, you're not going to be able to get the appeal process before the event takes place. Some of this is just a dead-end corner in terms of timing. And I had a question about the 10-day notices. Are we talking about putting those in the U.S. mail and go in the mailbox on Monday, get picked up on Tuesday morning, maybe in somebody's mailbox by Thursday, and you're almost out of days? It doesn't seem to work well. I do think you need to notice people, but if it's going to be by U.S. mail, you got to have more than 10 days. If you had it some way to be posted electronically, then you have the question of, did anybody really see it and get it? So I think we have to be a little bit more process-oriented about how many days this is. I like the idea of the 45 days in advance, but a lot of people don't know 45 days in advance they're going to do things. And how do we get around that? And this is where the planning director probably needs some parameters. I appreciate the fact that we want to make sure that the city doesn't do anything wrong, but you need to trust your planning director to have some flexibility. And I think we need to see how to give more power to the planning director for things that are the obvious minor items. To go back to Mark Wetton's comment, 1,000 feet was sound, not 500. I fully agree. Sound carries, especially if you're in an open area or you've got a lot of humidity in the air like we do when the fog is around. It carries everywhere. And let's see, what else did I have? I do think we need to look at the governmental exclusion for the city to include the school sites, have some waivers for them. You know, the principal and the community is right there. I don't know how much flexibility we want to give, but some of the same flexibility that the city has may be appropriate to the schools. So that's my off-the-top comments. Anybody want to add to this?
I have some musings which may be questions. I'm a little, we seem to have very little possibility for spontaneous events. In the past, there have been sunrise services at some of the beaches. Should they have had TUPs? They paid to get into the parking lot for the beach, and we have freedom of religion in this country. Is that something that requires a TUP? I don't know what the answer is. That's why I'm asking.
They don't control the beaches.
We don't control the beaches. We don't issue permits for the beaches. So, you know, that answers another big question. So that's great. Now I know what to tell somebody. Thank you. I hope it's right. And I'm a planner personally. I plan things in advance of when I need it, you know, a year in advance, all the rest of that kind of stuff. But things come up in people's lives and they want to do something in less than 30 days. And it's very upsetting to me that we don't have a way to make that happen. If we have, for example, if somebody wanted to do something at the chili cook-off lot and we hadn't used up all our TUPs yet and it was going to be something with no amplified anything, we can't do it without a 45-day lead time. Is that correct?
Okay, yeah, I can answer the other question too. I wasn't sure if this is feedback or questioning. Your second example there, okay, so a city-owned lot, if the number of attendees is less than 100 and there's no admission fee, they would not submit an application to the city. That makes sense. They would still need a facilities use permit from parks, which is the typical rental stuff and insurance and things. So the ordinance to address the comment about allowing more spontaneous events and uses, that was the purpose of the de minimis section. It's to start creating a list of items that staff and the community has to be able to say, I can do these things and you know, maybe I need a facilities use permit, but I don't need to go through the 45-day and the public notice and all these things. So that was intentional. You know, a lot of the comments we're hearing, one thing I do want to say is there's a lot of content in here because these are the things that staff has been grappling with. And I can testify and say back to the early 2000s as well. I remember it. Some of these things come up, even playing a guitar in a shopping center. Is it allowed? Is it not allowed? It's drawing a crowd. It's been advertised. It's on a website. And it starts opening the door to all these things. And so, you know, anyway, we're trying to frame some parameters around what can and can't be done. I forgot your first question. I apologize. Oh, the beaches. Yes, so again, back to the number of events, admission fee, but we do have an exemption for non-commercial speech activity protected by constitutional rights, religious materials, political, so on and so forth. That's in there, and that's a typical provision in these ordinances.
But if they wanted to have the sunrise service on the chili cook-off site, they would need a permit if there were going to be more than 100 people there.
And admission fee. They would need a permit. If it's 100 people, say 150 people, no admission fee, they would still need to talk to parks to get a facilities use permit, demonstrate insurance and things, but we would not require a TV.
Okay.
Okay. I'll just make one quick comment. I think from my perspective, I'd like to see us try and have more of a box that says that there's authority to the planning director. And maybe it's, as you said, if it's under 100 people and so forth, they can start looking at this in the quick checklist. They can do things quickly and easily so that we avoid issuing TUPs and using up to 6 or whatever it is. And we also avoid backdooring a conditional use permit. So I really would encourage us to increase whatever the authority is to the planning director to either issue them themselves or not have to issue one at all. All right, I'm sorry, Bruce, go ahead.
All right, thanks. I've got some global comments. Some global comments and then some specific type comments and questions. First of all, as I understand, the way this began, I think I remember it, was as a result of the Arts Commission or local artists wanting to have a display at Legacy Park and needing to get a TUP and it being very rigorous to do that and having to come to City Council for a waiver. And I think Mike Pearson was like, well, why don't we look at the TUP ordinance and do something that lets our local small non-profit organizations do something on our city property. And the City Council was like, that's a great idea. Let's send this to Zeracis and get that done. And now it's morphed into a giant revision of the entire ordinance. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but that was where it started, and that made a lot of sense. And I think we all agree that that ought to be something that we should be doing. And I do think that as long as it can be constitutionally done, that should be that aspect of it should be limited to local nonprofits. And I'm not persuaded that it's impermissible to discriminate between local and non-local when it comes to that, because as I understand it, unless you're talking about it in invidious discrimination, special classifications that are protected by the Constitution, race, religion, gender, you can make economic and community type distinctions as long as there's a rational basis for doing so. And I think there's a rational basis to say that we want to support our local nonprofits and we don't want to support foreigners. I mean, it's just, I don't mean that by aliens. I just think that we don't have that obligation, and I think that's a rational distinction. So unless legal counsel, after researching it, were to tell us we cannot distinguish between local nonprofits and others, I think we ought to distinguish between local nonprofits and others, and that's how this started. The major, I actually like the concept of having major TUPs with more rigorous hearing requirements and minor TUPs with less. I think the threshold for the major TUP is way too high. I think that there ought to be a lower threshold for having the hearings, and perhaps there could be less process for minor TUPs so long as the ones that are really the problem for the community require a hearing. The way it works right now, where the planning director approves all of them, I think it's a good idea to bifurcate that, put the big ones to the planning commission, leave the small ones to the planning director. But I think we need to consider small ones to be smaller than the ones we're considering now, and the big ones to be smaller than the big ones, smaller than the big size we're considering now. And I think it was Marianne asked about Nobu. Maybe use what happened there as a minimum template for. We would want something like that to have gone through a planning commission hearing and be subject, if necessary, to a city council appeal, all pursuant to a very orderly process. So let's make sure we're catching things like that and other things that we can think of that would be a public nuisance or could potentially be a public nuisance, and we'd want to have a hearing for them. Third, I liked Steve McClary's idea about looking into the question of whether we should have some absolute prohibition subject to waivers, which would require a hearing for during high concentration times, holiday times, maybe the midst of the summer. So I like that idea as something to think about, which wasn't part of the process up till now. The issue that Ken Ehrlich raised about multiple tenants, I hear Marianne seem to have traction with Marianne. In my view, the owner of the center is responsible for their tenants, and if they know that they're going to lose the ability to have things at their center, then they will police their tenants. And I think that's a good incentive to make sure that the owners are good neighbors and do police their tenants. So I would not support carving out an exemption for when there are enforcement problems with only some people within a shopping center or other large multi-parcel area. The owner of the multi-parcel area should suffer the consequence of letting their tenants violate the law. I'm surprised. I was surprised, and I continue to be surprised that some of the things that have been discussed do require TUPs. Excuse me, I've got my eyes burning here. It's got to. Okay. Things like busking, I would have thought don't require an exemption. I would have thought they just don't apply in the first instance, or at least shouldn't apply in the first instance. It shouldn't be that the planning director can decide that that's an exemption. The planning director shouldn't even have to be asked if somebody could do that. Same thing I discussed earlier, like if a restaurant wants to hold a trivia night or an open mic, as long as they're not going to exceed their capacity, who cares? Let them have some entertainment within their facility. That's for the patrons. Santa Claus, there were some other examples given. I'd say let's try to craft a long list of those kinds of de minimis things that we wouldn't think need a TUP in the first instance, spell them out, and as Doug said, we can always amend. If it turns out that we find out there's a problem within the city, all of a sudden all kinds of hell is breaking loose because all kinds of things that we said aren't covered by the TUP process are being taken advantage of in a way that's disrupting the community, which I don't think is going to happen. We can always amend the ordinance to carve them out, and we'll find out which ones are a problem. I also agree with Doug's comment about this shouldn't be a process to get a backdoor CUP. And I feel for the Trancas Center and the people that want the concerts there. I had thought that it made a lot of sense for them to go to the Planning Commission and ask for a CUP that would allow them to do those concerts and maybe some other things, and subject to whatever seemed reasonable. And I understand there was reluctance to give them the CUP because, among other things, we were going to be hearing this TUP thing. And I remember Ken called me and I said, no, I don't understand that what's going to be coming to City Council has anything to do with whether Trancas can have 15 or 20 or 30 concerts or not. It's got to do with the local nonprofits being able to not have to get a TUP to have an art show in the park. I don't think that we should be drafting this in a way that allows Trancas to have multiple concerts and whatever other events they have. I think they should do that through their CUP, and I think it should be clear to the Planning Commission that they should be doing it through a CUP, and they may or may not get the CUP they want. That'll be up to the Planning Commission after hearing from the public. They may get less than they ask for. I suspect they'll get less than they ask for, but they'll probably get something that's good enough. You don't get what you want, you get what you need. And I think they will get what they need. But I don't think we should be using this ordinance as a way to find a way for them to do what they want to do. And I think that's what Doug was saying. Now, by the same token, if there's a way to craft this ordinance such that it would facilitate the farmers market being able to, for example, use Legacy Park, I don't know exactly how that deed restriction is worded, but if there were a way for us to statutorily define the farmers market and what they do in a way that wouldn't violate the deed restriction, but we don't already have that in our code, I think we ought to be looking as to whether we ought to put words in the code that would facilitate that result, because I think the community likes that idea, but right now we're dealing with a deed restriction that prevents it. So if we could, I don't know if it can be done, but if there's a way to craft the language of the ordinance in a way that describes that activity that would not violate the deed restriction, I think we ought to be looking into being able to do that. Same thing with, we previously made an interpretation that facilitated the Film Society to be able to have showings at a religious facility. That is another thing that we ought to be trying to promote within Malibu. So if there's a way to tweak this ordinance to allow that to occur, I think we ought to be doing it. Paul, you wanted to make a comment? I'll stop before make some others.
We voted to make that possible, and yet when it came to the planning department, they couldn't seem to make it happen. And that was very frustrating as far as the films went. And as far as dealing with the deed restriction on Legacy Park, I think that is not, that ship has sailed, and they looked the other way. They agreed to look the other way for 6 months, turned into, they overstayed by about 3 months, They denigrated the people who gave them who agreed to look the other way. That's not how you get more slack.
Well, no, I understand that what was done wasn't adequate and couldn't be accomplished the way it was being done, but it was being done through a exception circumstance. It wasn't being done through an ordinance. And I just question, we have to take a close look at the deed restriction language. It's a legal instrument, and look at whether there's a way to craft an ordinance that can be harmonized with the deed restriction in such a way that would facilitate the objective. It may be it can't be done, but that wasn't attempted. What was attempted was just the city said, we'd like to get permission to do this, and the owners said, and the people who are the beneficiaries of the restriction said no. But we didn't say, okay, we've amended our law in a way that now makes this consistent with the deed restriction. I don't know whether we can or can't do that, and I'd like to explore it. I'm probably being admonished that I'm going too far into that murky area.
No, it's fine. I was just going to say, I don't think it's going to be able to get around the deed restriction, but there's a separate constraint on the temporary use permits that you could adjust for that would leave open the possibility if the deed restriction issue is resolved.
Yeah, sure.
I was going to, Paul's comment that the Planning Commission had nothing to do with Malibu Film Society going to the church.
Said the planning department.
Planning department, the church is the one who said they don't want to do the movies. Nobody stopped. It was totally their decision.
It's true.
They didn't want to modify their CUP.
Yeah, they're the ones who stopped it.
It's true. They just backed out after they decided, after they volunteered to do it, and after we facilitated it, they backed out. So there are some things in the proposed revisions that I didn't understand. I didn't understand the indoor and outdoor entertainment and assembly events when not held within premises designed to accommodate such events. There was something being eliminated from that. Maybe that could be explained.
Tonight, or feedback. Sorry, I'm taking notes, but some of these questions. So yeah, the indoor-outdoor entertainment assembly events, yeah, not including weddings, fundraisers, retreats, so forth. The existing ordinance, this is probably the most confusing provision in the existing ordinance. If you read it, I've read it 30 times, and I still struggle. I think what it's trying to say, and this is the general consensus, is that there are some facilities that were designed to accommodate events, and those facilities should not, a user of those facilities should not require to get a TUP to be able to have their event there. So what we did is we just tried to streamline it to carry forward the same language again. I know this is a big rewrite of the code, but we did make a big point to try to bring over as much as we could. And on this one, we were saying that a minor TUP would be issued by the director for indoor-outdoor entertainment assembly events, just generally, but then excluding weddings, fundraisers, retreats, fairs, festivals, and concerts from those spaces. So it's a way to try to still maintain the spirit of what was there before. There's subjectivity here, and a lot of it. It comes down to the types of events. It comes down to what's happening, parking, and so forth, all these things. So anyway, but that's it. It was an attempt at a rewrite of a really difficult section without just striking it.
Okay. I'm moving on to a different subject. I think we ought to be trying to find a way, if it can be done, to exempt the city-owned properties from having a limit on the number of TUPs that can be provided for truly minor events. And like, again, I think that what distinguishes between minor and major right now is way too wide. I mean, I wouldn't want to see unlimited 900 people events on city property, but I would want to see unlimited ability to have. I mean, we ought to be able to use this auditorium every day of the year for 50 people if there are events that could justify that. We ought to be able to put a 10 or 15 or 20 person event on other city-owned property, not things that are going to have amplified music, not things that are going to disrupt people that do live within earshot of the city-owned property, but there ought to be able to have small events on our city property in an unlimited way. So to the extent that this doesn't do that, I would love to see that explored. I didn't think I didn't agree with the elimination of the provisions about arts, cultural, and educational exhibits and displays. Again, my thinking is that's not I didn't think that violates the First Amendment or the 14th Amendment. I'm happy to be educated that I'm wrong, but I thought that that was a valid distinction. We can facilitate those kinds of events without having to doing it without that restriction. At least I think so. The city-owned parcel, there was an exception for properties leased to an outside vendor for more than 1 year. I think that there just should be, whatever we're going to do as special for city-owned properties should be so long as the property is being operated at that time by the city, full stop. If anyone's leasing property for a week, I don't know that anyone does that, but if they lease it for a week, lease it for a month, they shouldn't get the benefit of the city's exclusion from its own rule. I don't agree that it has to be only if it's a year or more. So this, again, because this is to let the city operate in a way that it allows things that benefit the public, not allow someone who's renting property from the city get away with things that they wouldn't otherwise get away with. I'd like to understand, right now, is there actually an appeal process from the TUP, or is it just presented to the Planning Commission by way of, I mean, how does that happen? What is the process? Walk us through what happens once the planning director grants a TUP.
Yeah, and on that one, I do apologize to Councilmember Euring with the discussion earlier, so I was able to do some research. The way the code's written is the applicant for a TUP has 3 days from the date the director issues a TUP to appeal it. The applicant does. But a concerned party, to your point about the notice, we just fall back to the standard requirement for a 10-day appeal window, which is what Councilmember was talking about. Okay, so that's the mechanics of it. In terms of appeals and what happens at that point, you know, largely this has been covered. Sometimes these events, it's so tight anyway, to be able to make it a planning commission hearing, it's just not going to work. And so it just is withdrawn. Okay, it doesn't happen. If there is enough duration and they can go, we try to get it on the next agendized planning commission hearing and take it forward. I haven't done one, so I can't speak from experience on that, but I'll just explain that that's the gist of it, is the appeal windows and trying to get all the public noticing, get the applications and stuff, and trying to allow for events that are not pre-planned well in advance. This is a common issue. It happens all the time. Folks complain, folks are upset because they don't realize they need a TUP. They talk to parks, they get a facilities use permit, got to get a TUP. Sometimes they got to get a coastal permit on top of a TUP. We haven't even talked about that, but we're not touching any of that. So it's a lot of regulation to have certain types of events in the city and allow for an appeals process. But it's the typical appeals process like any other.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to something else, this proposed new language about exempting non-commercial speech activity protected by the United States or California constitutions. My approach as a lawyer to this kind of thing is if the Constitution compels a certain consequence, we don't need to codify that. And in codifying it, we may go further than we are obligated to do because it's nuanced and subject to all kinds of arguments. So I would say don't put it in there. If it turns out something like it described here is constitutionally mandated, then it's already written into the code by virtue of the Constitution overriding the code. But we may be making an interpretation here that's broader than the Constitution, and I wouldn't favor doing that, at least not without being absolutely certain that this is right. Not only that, our Supreme Court could tomorrow narrow the constitutional benefit because they have been known to do that, and we would have then codified something that's no longer the constitutional requirement. So my view on that is just let the Constitution be the Constitution, let our ordinance be our ordinance, just don't explicitly say something that violates the Constitution, which I don't think it currently does. There have been in the past some applications for 10 to 14 day TUPs for 10 to 14 different events at a place over the course of a week or two. And I thought that was an abuse of the TUP process. It seemed to me that the proposal here is going to codify allowing that, if I understand it correctly, and I don't favor doing that. I think if you're going to have an event such as let's say a wedding, that requires a TUP. You shouldn't be able to say we're going to have 14 weddings over 14 days, and that's only one TUP. We now have the right to get 5 more. And I've seen things like that attempted, and I've seen them granted, and I don't think we should be trying to find ways to give people more than 6 TUP instances. It's the chili cook-off, for example, lasts multiple days. It's one event. That's appropriate. If it needs another 5 or 6 days, like we discussed before, for the trucks to be there, I'd be in favor of finding a way to make that happen. But I'm not in favor of finding a way to, in essence, let somebody have 6 times 14 events, which is what they are currently doing by gaming the system. And we should make clear that they can't do that. The real estate sales and rental offices, I'd need to understand more about that and whether what's being proposed would make that easier to do. I don't think we should be making that easier to do. I think that's something that should be subject to strict scrutiny by the planning department and the planning commission if necessary. And then lastly, 2 last things. One is, this is for another day, but I think we should be looking at whether the SEP rules should be examined in a similar way. Right now, it's considered administrative or ministerial, and neighbors don't have an opportunity to appeal to the Planning Commission. I think that's wrong, at least with respect to large personal property events. Maybe we need to be doing something like is being proposed here, where we have 2 different kinds of SEPs, some of which are subject to an appellate process. And what? Oh, it is. Okay. And then lastly, for a large TUP, I would ask the council to consider increasing the application fee by the amount charged for an appeal. Don't include any charge for an appeal and provide for a return of that specified part of the fee if nobody takes an appeal. Because a lot of times residents are disturbed by an event that's been permitted, but it's not important enough to them to have to spend $750 of their money to protect other residents. And they should be able to challenge. The Nobu matter is a perfect example. We had a number of people who complained about that TUP being issued, but they said, you know what, I live 10 miles away. I'm not going to spend $750 to try to stop it and go to an appeal. If they didn't have that fee, they would have, and maybe what happened wouldn't have happened. So I'd like to see for a large TUP, or whatever the languages we're using here, that the application fee be whatever it currently would be, plus the price of an appeal to the Planning Commission, plus the price of an appeal to the City Council, with a provision that that gets rebated if nobody takes an appeal. And I don't know if the City Council would have any appetite for that when this comes back, but I'd like to see that considered. Those are my comments.
2 quick. I want to agree with Bruce agreeing with me that we should have these events, the small TUPs for local organizations. I think that's what we really focused on when we had the Zeracis meeting. I'll go back, I think, the enforcement piece, I think we've got to make sure we got to tie down. And the other thing, and I got to go back and listen to the Zeracis meetings, but I thought we talked about the fact that if there were complaints, for example, if you had, one of these small TUPs and the people who ran it didn't clean up after themselves or didn't do that, they didn't get another TUP. I mean, so there should be some component in there that says, and I don't care whether it's the small ones or the stuff going on at Trancas, if there are enough complaints coming in, there should be some ability to either assess that, make sure that, either the complaints are correct or they're not correct, and if they are correct and they're consistent, we should have some ability to stop the TUP from going forward. So think about that.
Okay, let's do one thing. Joseph, how are you managing all this? We are giving you nothing but a lot of feedback, and it's all over the place. We don't even know if it's got a support from the other council members. What do you need from us? Because this is just going to go on to a data dump. We're not careful here.
Yeah, so how I'm managing is I'm taking lots of notes. We've had 5 public hearings on this ordinance. It has been reviewed ad nauseum. We've talked about every which way of doing it. The first racist meeting, Councilmember Euring remembers, we had, I think it was 3 different options of an ordinance. It was a super bare bones, let's address arts, cultural events, and that's it. And leave everything else the same.
They threw like topsy
And then we had the more robust one. Let's increase public scrutiny. Let's add in a major TUP. So, you know, one option, Mayor, is to maybe revisit the original look at this ordinance. Maybe it's too much. Maybe we're biting too much off. Maybe we need to go back and try to address, that's turning off, try to address the original intent of what we were trying to get at the core. Everything else is for later. So that's one option. A second option is I am hearing a lot of information. There's some consistency. There's a lot of ideas. It's my job to try to summarize those to at least give answers. I think there's a lot of questions that have been raised that I'm not responding to, so that can be answered in a report to come back to you. We can look at more options to craft an ordinance, or staff comes forward with just an updated ordinance that tries to catch as many of those things as we can. So I think, Mayor, it's the things that I was looking for was concurrence on what Planning Commission sent up, really about timeframes and things. But this is much more.
Where did that go? Yeah. All right. We need to figure out how to make this work. Anybody have any suggestions?
Yeah, Mayor, real quick, what I've heard today was, and you're right, Joe, there's a ton of stuff in this thing. But I mean, one of I think the recurring themes that I've heard is for some of these things that are simple, let's make it simple to get a TUP, right? I mean, we may not have to do all the big stuff, but for the things that the community's looking for, they want to have, and let's make it easy for them to do that and get it done and not really worry about
easy and quick.
Easy and quick, yeah. Not try and beat ourselves up with the big stuff. That's what I've sort of taken away.
So I'd like to almost make a motion.
All right, well, hold on a second. Mary Ann.
Well, I mean, you were asking about we're all kind of throwing things out there. So I think the basic thing is, do we like the idea of a de minimis waiver, a minor, and a major category for TUPs? And I think that's just to the council members.
Let's kind of put some of this stuff to a test. All right.
Well, that would be one of the first things that I would say is a test.
I think that makes sense. But I'd like to propose we ask Joseph to come back to us at the next opportunity with a very pared down thing that we obviously all agree on for further conversation. And it would be the city-owned property, local charitable organization.
Okay, well, let's take it. I like all the ideas here, but let's give him something that actually has a foundation to be moved forward. Let's take it by bites, if I could. Mary Ann, you had a suggestion. Let's see if we've got a consensus on that. Could you repeat it again?
That the three categories be created for de minimis, minor, and major, and then we can determine what falls within those different categories.
All right. Let me just run a poll here. Who's in favor of that breakdown? Show of hands, please.
I'm in favor of it, subject to a caveat. I don't think it should even be de minimis. I think it should be clearly you don't need a TUP.
Sure.
You need a minor one. You need a major one.
And I think we've got we've got a majority for that. That's good. Now, your point about
my point is that I think we probably could be in a position another meeting or two from now to actually approve a list of things that you shouldn't need a TUP for at all, and things that can be done on city property in an unlimited way without a TUP.
Let's keep it simple. I like
city and institutional?
I'm only prepared to go city.
All right, hold on. Let's take it one piece at a time. A list of things that or types of activities that do not require a TUP.
On city and property.
Right, you still need permission from the city to use the property.
Well, on anything. Let's give them two bases here. What don't you need a TUP for? And let me give an example of that. The busker is an example. Or Santa Claus. Yeah.
What does busking mean?
Musician.
I understand what busking means. The problem we got when we use busking.
Councilmember, your microphone.
Typically, when you look at busking, you first thought that there's one person playing music. Okay? Right. But there are busking events where you've got three people playing. So you're just going to be careful.
I understand, but let's don't try to think this down too far. But perhaps things that don't need a TUP, such as being in compliance to your CUP, or whatever it might be. Let's try and make a list of exempt items. And do we have a consensus for that?
Yeah, I mean, things that don't increase the likely use of the property and are simply being done to accommodate the guests. Is
All right,
basically
let's
what we're
let
talking
the staff come back, because first off, Joseph probably has more experience at looking at these and going, why are we asking for this, or they should have asked for it. So let's give them guidance there. We have a buy-in on that. List of exempt items that don't need a TUP. All right, and then your other one was, what can we do at,
City-owned property, non-profits, unlimited, no TUP necessary, so long as it's under X number of people.
same credit, all right? Do we have a consensus for that?
That's where we started out.
Can I clarify that a little bit? So would those items that are determined to not require a CUP on private property be the same ones that are not required on public property?
Let's take it a bite at a time. Let's say public property first.
Well, we already talked about private property though with the no TUP, minor, major. So would the no TUP include those items on public property?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, that's fine.
You mean could you start playing the guitar with your guitar case open in Legacy Park and you wouldn't need a TUP for that?
Right, but you need a facility permit because you're still.
I mean, subject to the deed restriction issue there, as that example, I would think you wouldn't need a TUP for that anywhere.
Right. Okay. What else do we have that we want to try and build a consensus for?
Time frame on applications and notifications and hearings.
Yeah. I'll say it this way. Joseph, we probably need a timeline of when things can be done. You did a nice job of 10 days, 32 days. What are you guys recommending? And let's be candid. You're not going to be able to go to Planning Commission for an appeal if you've got 45 days before the event. You're not even going to be on the calendar. So let's have something realistic. Is that a timeline, something we can ask them to deliver? We okay with that? Trevor, you got a comment.
Do you want to, do you want to allow for multiple appeals to the Planning Commission and to the City Council on items, or only one appeal? It's hard to.
Let's keep it simple. One appeal. I mean, we're not talking about a CUP here. We're talking about an event. All right. So
are we talking about major and minor, or just major? I mean, just minor.
Do we want to do it for majors?
So,
I think majors start at the
question?
Planning Commission, so there will only be an appeal to the City Council. Right. Yeah. And so I think the only issue would be for minors, whether that is appealable only to the Planning Commission or if it would be also appealable to the Council.
Yeah. Planning Commission only. Yeah.
But I think that what trips you from minor to major needs to be a smaller number.
Well, I was coming up to that. Yeah. All right, and then the next item we talked about, Maureen, I'm sorry.
Sorry, council members, one of the things that some cities do is actually use the city manager to decide on smaller TUPs, that they're the ones that are the appeal body. So that would be a way, if you wanted to facilitate an easy process for some of these smaller events, use the city manager as an appeal body.
That's an excellent suggestion. How about on the minors, they're appealed only to the city manager? And if you have a major, it could be appealed to the Planning Commission.
Correct.
Is that?
I can't support that.
A major would be heard by the Planning Commission, appealable to the City Council.
Right.
That was my question. Is that what everybody's looking for?
We all agree on that.
Yeah, we all agree on that.
And then minors would be.
Minors will only be to the city
Planning
manager.
director decision appealable to the to the city manager.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, but we've got how many?
I missed that last one.
Minors are only can only be appealed to the city manager. The planning director.
Planning director makes the decision. If someone has a dispute, they would appeal it to the city manager, not the Planning Commission.
Because you're never going to get to, it's a minor TUP in the first place. You're never going to have enough time to get to the planning commission.
But, okay, but again, this, I think that, I think it depends on where we're going to draw the line. Because, I mean, there's no way I'd want a 900-person event, which is currently a minor under the proposal, to be subject only to a city manager appeal. If you're talking 50 people, maybe I'd have a different view.
All right, well, let's circle back here for a moment. I think there does need to be a smaller number of people for the major. I think right now it's at 1,000. If we could make that 500, would that be?
I mean, I think that goes back to my original question. If Nobu would require a permit, but they only had, what, 249?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, is it exceeding the assembly area of the location that requires a major, or?
They can't do that, period.
Well, once again, we've got the planning director has stepped up, and whenever she gets close to the microphone, I know she wants to make a comment.
Quick comment. Chapter 33 of the building code is your fire code. And the fire code sets an initial threshold for fire reviews for assemblies, outdoor assemblies, especially at 250 people. So that might be a better number because it's commensurate with the code requirement at your lower end threshold.
How about 250? And by the way, we're not approving this. This is coming back for review.
We can look at other numbers too.
Yeah.
But it's best to have them linked to code requirements.
Well, what I'm trying to do is get to a list that we can look at and go yes, no, or maybe. That's where I'm coming out on this. And if we can agree that 250 is a place to start, we can always amend it after it comes back. Paul, you had a comment.
I was just going to remark on the difficulty of eating soup with a knife. We're dealing with a very squirmy subject here, and there isn't a lot of hard facts that we're able to point out here. And I'm reminded of shortly after I first became mayor, one Sunday morning I was out, and a very agitated woman called me to tell me that there was going to be a huge rock concert at our lumberyard property that day, and she couldn't get a hold of anybody in the enforcement division, and she wanted to know what I was going to do about it. And I said, well, I'm only about 10 minutes from there. I'm going to drive over and take a look at it, and I'll call you back. So I drove over to the lumberyard, and I walked around, and there was nothing going on. And then I came around a corner, and there was a young girl, probably about 17, playing a guitar next to a guy who was sitting on one of those drum boxes. And I watched it for a while, and there were about 17 people there watching. And so I called the lady thinking she'd be delighted to hear that it wasn't a giant rock concert with thousands of people going to take over and ruin the town. She was just as upset. And her reactions to everything resulted in the lumberyard property canceling an agreement they had to have a bunch of these young people come for a day each. And she called up upset about what she thought was going to be there. When she found out it wasn't as bad, she was still upset. And I don't know how we deal with something like that.
Yeah, well, we're never going to solve that.
I know, but that was...
Yeah. But let's do this. Have we got enough? I'm trying to bring this to a point where Joseph's got something he can deliver back to us to have a review.
We can always come back a couple times. So I think you're right. I mean, coming up with...
Councilmember, your microphone.
I'm sorry. I mean, I think you're right. I mean, we can always have it come back a couple times if we want to add to it. It gives us a chance to sort of set a foundation, and I think that's important.
Yeah, and look, you don't eat an elephant all at one time, and this is one bite at a time. Bruce?
I don't mean to overcomplicate it, but statutes can be more nuanced. I mean, even 250 people, depending on what it's for and where it is, can be problematic. 50 people could be, I mean, what I would think about would be you'd have the full-blown hearing process for whatever it is we decide is over the limit. But under the limit, maybe it depends on how many people complain about it. Like you have to have a threshold of X number of complaints, and if there are that many, then there's an appeal beyond the city manager.
Let's do this. Let's see it come back, and let's see it come back, and let's try and digest it one line item at a time. And Joseph, I think Steve is right. We're going to have to flip this through the grinder a couple of times or more. So I appreciate you being here in person. So if you've got enough to work with, I think the message back from this is we've reviewed it, we've given feedback, and let's take another bite at it. And if we could sort of, what I see sometimes in policy write-ups in my banking world, we focus in on just what changes are being made, maybe by just taking these pieces, and then if you've got recommendations for what you need on the next go round, we'll take a bite of that. But I think we're going to have to run this through the filter a few times.
But I wonder if we couldn't try to get an amendment done on the absolutely simple stuff and still work on the more complicated stuff.
Let's make sure that we've got this back, and we can always address it at this next go around. All right?
Hi. With regards to the 30-day limit, is everyone comfortable with extending that based upon the needs of that particular event, like I highlighted with the tree lot? Because the calendar is going to vary from year to year.
Yeah, you could always make this a planning director decision too.
I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, planning director decision to extend it by 50% or whatever.
And then the other part that was with that, if events that are happening towards the end of the year, such as that, if 6 other minor TUPs had already been done on, well, that's a city lot. So I think that goes back to that question. Where's that threshold? Or, the way it's written in here is that if once you exceed those 6 minors, you can request another one, but it kicks it up to a major automatically. So do we want to give any direction on that threshold or parameters on that, or do we want to kind of talk about that the next thing?
Let's get that next time around.
Okay.
Unless you've got a recommendation.
No, and I think, so I have enough to come back.
Yeah, I know.
One of the things that I can do here is I can shuffle it into categories. We can try to break it down to your point. Some of the conversation that's been happening, I think it is actually addressed in the ordinance. It's just buried. So for example, there is no limit on the 6 TUPs on city-owned sites. There is a provision that allows beyond that without having to go to a major. That wasn't clarified enough. There is a provision that allows the planning director to kick certain types of minor TUPs up to a major because of circumstances. So you've talked about the Nobu situation. There's catch-alls, and those catch-alls were intentional because sometimes it's hard to put a box around these types of TUPs. So anyway, what I'm going to do is I will go back through this and I will try to highlight some of those sections, make it more clear. We can break it down into topics, and then you can let us know what you want to do next.
Go take another bite at the elephant.
You did good. I want to invest in your consulting business because this thing's going to go on for a while.
And thank you. I thought that the report was excellent. The way you broke it down with the different subject matters and what different people were arguing, it just really helped me.
All right. You got one more to do. It's past 10:30. Do we have a motion to continue on?
Motion to continue on.
Staff has been staying here the entire time.
Second.
Yeah. All right. Voice vote?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye. By the way, if I'd have known it was going to drag on this long, I would have moved this up to the front. Sorry about that.
Oh, I don't think the next one's going to be so short. It's going to take a while. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Let's get our staff report. The next item is the
Proposed schedule.
I got something about White Heart Foundation fee waiver.
No,
That's last week's. Yeah. Proposed schedule of fees. I got strange stuff here. Proposed fee schedule for years 24, 25. Joe, are you Assistant City Manager? Are you going to do your presentation?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I'll give a quick introduction, and then we'll have a brief presentation before we get into a review of the fees. In front of you tonight is a resulting report from our fee study. The last fee study, as you know, was completed in fiscal year 2015-16, nearly a decade ago. And ideally, we would conduct a study like this about every 5 years. The city contracted with Matrix Consulting Group, which are here today, to provide a brief presentation and help answer your questions. The cost recovery figures shown in this report are meant to provide a basis for policy development discussions among the city council members. The setting of the rate or price for services, whether at 100% full cost recovery or lower, is a policy decision to be made by this council with the input from city staff and the community, and that's listed in the report, that statement. A&F reviewed the study on August 15th and recommended without opinion, I want to emphasize, that the council review the report as is for a full discussion and review at the council level, since that's the policy body. And the council may wish to recommend modifying any of the fees or suggest areas for further consideration and review if you want us to come back at a later date. And then I will now turn it over to Khushbu Ingle, Vice President of Matrix Consulting Group, to provide an overview of the process and the report.
Good evening, council members. Thanks for having me. So like Joe mentioned, I'm Khushbu Ingle. I'm a Vice President with Matrix Consulting Group, and we are here tonight to present the comprehensive citywide fee study results. So the scope of this project was to take a look at the city's existing fee structure and making sure that we're capturing all of the services that are currently being provided by the city. So we want to make sure we're including all of the services that are relevant and appropriate. If there are things that were no longer relevant, kind of proposing those for elimination, expanding structures where appropriate, or condensing structures where appropriate. As part of this study, we took a look at the time that it takes to provide the different fee-related services. And when we're talking about the time that it takes, we're not talking about the simplest permit you've ever processed. We're also not talking about the hardest permit you've ever processed. We're looking at what is that average reasonable time that it takes to provide those services. We calculated fully burdened hourly rates through the scope of this project. What we mean by that is we take a look at your total direct costs, your salaries and benefits, but we also take into account any indirect costs associated with that position existing. So in order for a city position to exist, you know, there's lights, there's electricity, there's the use of space, there's cars, there's IT support, there's support from you all in city council, there's support from finance to process payroll. All of those costs get factored in and build a fully burdened rate. We also included a comparison of your fees to other jurisdictions. I will caveat this and say that the fee comparison only shows what the other jurisdictions are charging, which again, similar to you all as having as being the policymakers, other councils also have the ability to make policy decisions to subsidize or charge lower for certain services. So it doesn't necessarily represent what it costs. Additionally, different fees and different services can mean different things in different jurisdictions. So a conditional use permit in the city of Malibu is going to be very different than a conditional use permit in the city of Manhattan Beach, for example. Ultimately, we also want to ensure that there's compliance with state rules and regulations. There are several propositions that state that the cost of the fees can't exceed, or the fee amount can't exceed what it costs. So again, the purpose of this study is to identify what that maximum ceiling is, but it is up to council's discretion to charge less than that amount. And at the end of this, providing an updated fee schedule for council's consideration. So the overall methodology that we utilized is pretty simple. You take a look at the staff time estimation that it takes to provide the service, and you multiply it by the fully burdened rate to ultimately come up with that full cost fee. So all of those services that are user fee based Those are based off of that time-based analysis, as well as that fully burdened rate component that we already talked about. For things that were market-based, so like the Parks and Recreation Services or Community Services facility use fees, those don't take into account necessarily the staff time. It's more about the use of the space and the market rate for that space, because it's not based off of the cost of staff to provide that service, but more about the cost of the space itself. So overall, when we look at the fee study results, we reviewed a lot of fee line items, over 600 line items. Several of those were state set or pass-through fees or penalties, so they are not being proposed to be changed. Based off of this, right now, there would be 439 proposed fee increases, so quite a few that would, in theory, show that it costs the city more than what you are currently charging. There are about 70 line items that do show decreases, which means that it basically costs the city less than what you're currently charging. So in theory, you would need to reduce those fees per kind of the legal regulations. And then there are a handful of new fees associated with dark skies, elevated exterior, temporary housing. Some major fee changes that resulted out of this is that we streamlined the Public Works and Engineering fee schedule. It was already based on a variety of different application types that were hourly. Rather than listing each application type out separately and showing the per hour rate, we kind of condensed those and stated that all land development applications would be done based on an hourly basis. For planning fees, that's where you'll see the largest difference between the current fee and the full cost. Some of that has to do with, it looks like in the previous analysis, a lot of planning fees were subsidized, so it wasn't necessarily that staff has significantly increased time for those fees. It's just that previously decision makers had made the choice to subsidize those fees. And then, like as I mentioned, the recreation fees were evaluated in the context of market value. So looking at a big picture, ultimately, overall, based off of the fee-related services that we looked at, the city's under-recovering right now by about approximately $1.3 million, or at about an 85% cost recovery level. We expect to see that kind of cost recovery level because the city had gone through a previous fee study. If you hadn't done a fee study previously, that cost recovery is usually much lower and that difference is usually much higher. So the fact that you're a lot closer is because you have done a fee study previously and you have been keeping up and increasing those fees. As you can see, the largest component of the deficit is those planning related services because again, they have traditionally been subsidized in the past. And so that's part of the reason why there's the largest deficit and difference there. When we look at it kind of big picture compared to typical cost recovery that we see for these services, the city is right in line with those typical cost recovery ranges. So for building, geology, environmental, and coastal, you're kind of right at the higher end of those typical cost recovery ranges. Planning and public works are kind of more in the middle of those typical cost recovery ranges. And then we did just want to clarify that there were a couple of last minute clarifications we did have to make to the packet. So on page 14 of the packet, there was some verbiage clarification that we needed to make for the dark skies ordinance. It looks like some of the lines got smushed together. The dangers of Excel and trying to format appropriately so that you can print. But the residential line item that currently showed up should actually be new residential, and it should have been a much lower fee amount, and then commercial should have been split into two components, commercial small sites and commercial large sites. Additionally, those right now on the original packet, it showed them all kind of plan, check, and permit together as the total cost. We did break that out in this revision and this clarification. And same thing for the residential, non-structural interior remodels, all non-residential remodels, tenant improvements, and utility miscellaneous. Those were previously in the original packet, kind of all the total cost just showed plan, check, and permit together. We did break those out in this clarification. And then for the outdoor lighting review, it looks like for residential minor and residential major, the total cost per unit was just transposed. So the residential minor number should be the $1,015 and the residential major number should be the $1,297. And with that, I will open it up to your questions.
Let me ask a quick question, since I now have a stack of papers here in front of me. These are all the same, and these are for the council members?
Correct. Those were the ones we were just trying to pull out, and we highlighted the ones that we added the clarification to where they had been consolidated, but we broke it out so there was better clarity going forward.
Wait, is this something the public doesn't have?
Yep, they're in here. They're just specific items that they talk about in their presentation.
But is this in any way different than what's in the public packet?
It is different because we broke it out to try to add clarity to those fees. So we would have verbalized to you that if you're moving forward with it, we would want to incorporate this and update it.
Can we make a copy available to the public if anyone wants to see one? Do you have one up there?
Sure.
Or you can take mine.
All right. Anybody have any questions at this point?
Yeah, I have one for me.
Go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
In prior meetings, we've had a lot of discussion about some of these fees which the residents think are outrageous, all right, in terms of what they're actually getting. Did you guys put any thought into, are there fees that should be reduced just to make them more appropriate for the activity that's taking place? I don't know if I phrased that well, but.
Yeah, no, I think that's a completely valid question. So the first scope of the analysis is to really take a look at what does it truly cost the city to provide the service on the first level. And then the secondary level is really where that policy component comes in of you all taking a look at, what is appropriate and reasonable for you to charge your residents for that service.
So the policy component isn't included in this right now. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. That is up to council to make those decisions on where they feel appropriate.
Gotcha.
Steve, to put it in our corporate past, this is a cost accounting allocation. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be talking about that later, but this was intended to be simply a presentation of what the actual costs are, not what we're proposing should occur.
Thank you. That was the question. What's in this? That's cool.
All right. Anybody else have any questions? If not, let's go to public speakers. Joe Drummond, 4 minutes. Keegan, I know you're here.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and City Council. So unfortunately, the fee study did not factor in the multiple fees involved for certain smaller size projects like decks, fences, regular in-footprint remodels, small garden retaining walls, etc. That takes even this, and the time and the exorbitant amount of time it takes for even the smallest permit in Malibu, which needs to be streamlined. So also the city is not required to recoup any of its costs, in fact. It also missed the point completely on protecting residents' views with the view preservation fees and their property values. The impetus of this ordinance was to the protection of residents' views. However, it's the view owner rather than the foliage owner that has to pay all these fees. Like number one, first they must register the view corridor. Number two, pay all the fees to go through the two-step 6-month process to attempt to restore the views that the foliage owners have essentially taken away. And three, pay to trim and restore the views in order to grant the view permit. The new schedule has this crazy increase from $396, where it used to be $295, to almost $900 to register your view. And then to pay over $4,200 to have a view memorialized with a cooperative neighbor is a crazy amount. And then $6,000 if the person is non-compliant and ignores the requests and it has to go to the Planning Commission. So this is also unfair. These fees need to stay the same as the original amounts or reduced, or else be put upon the burden of the foliage owner as a fine to pay for the restoration. The fine should certainly outweigh the cost of the foliage owner just simply trimming, or they should be billed for the trim. On page 14 of the resolution, the septic operating fees are here, and thankfully the city's not raising them. However, the study did not include the mandated inspection fee, and this is over $500 and should be considered as a total cost. Thus, the $560 city fee the city is issuing for the operating permit is really just stamping the inspection, should be reduced to at least half. The city should not be making any money off these fees. The fees, for example, for decks also are misleading. It does not include the other department fees, APR, et cetera. That adds up to, as I know, $7,000 in fees for a tiny deck and a bathroom remodel. Most importantly, there needs to be a sliding scale on increased square footage. If no increase, then it should be a quick over-the-counter permit, which should stay at the current more reasonable amounts rather than the proposed doubling of this fee on page 16. If a project that is less than 100 square feet then needs a flat rate fee for everything and an expedited process for permitting, and this can be increased slightly over for every 100 to 500 square foot increment over 200 square feet. If there's an increase in a bedroom or a bathroom, this can also be accounted for, especially now that fixture counts for toilets have been reduced to half for low flow toilets. On page 13 of the resolution, the engineering and geology fees look very black and white. However, there's no definition of complex, standard, or minor, and often the hourly fees for small projects, such as in our small decks case, were more than a major project. Please consider putting together an ad hoc committee of residents appointed by each council member that we can submit suggestions and work with city staff for a more streamlined approach to fees and the permitting process for these smaller and in turn larger projects for residents. This would only take a few short months to complete. And then also, as Councilmember Silverstein commented at a recent City Council hearing where there were requests to waive fees for local nonprofits, these types of organizations should be automatically exempt from fees for renting fields and facilities, and thus would in turn save much staff work and time in preparing and presenting reports and waiving these fees for the council. So if you could at least reduce the view preservation fees, the septic operating fees, and preserve the OTC permit costs, getting concrete definitions for geology and engineering fees, and try and get an ad hoc committee in place. Thank you.
All right. We have anybody online?
No, there are no raised hands.
All right. So it's back to us up here. Who wants to go first? Bruce?
All right, so first of all, I thought Matrix Consulting Group did an excellent job, both tonight as well as at our NF committee, as well as in the study that they did, so I appreciate that. Some members of the public have claimed that the fee study was done to justify costs that are going to be charged, and that's I mean, if that happened, I don't know who would have directed that to occur or how that occurred, because I didn't see any evidence of that, and I examined Matrix about those kinds of questions. I'm satisfied that this was done in an appropriate and objective manner, very professionally, very detailed, in an effort to actually figure out what the city's costs are. Fees for permits are not a profit center. They're not allowed to be, and in fact, they're not. They're not, and we're not making any effort to seek that they be that. I'm a little concerned with the way things were presented with the council agenda report, and I don't mean that as a criticism of anybody that did it, but the A&F committee did not recommend the fee schedule that's proposed in this report, much less that the council adopt the resolution that's appended to the report. And I think perhaps inadvertently the report perhaps gives that impression that we're asking that the resolution be adopted. The resolution doesn't make any changes. It's just a resolution adopting the schedule, and that was not our intent. The intent was that the city council would have a robust conversation with public input as to where we shouldn't charge what we are allowed to charge, and where, with respect to facilities use, for example, we should charge more. And there's no analysis whatever presented, and actually I think there shouldn't have been. That's right, but I didn't catch what was being I didn't catch that the other council members were being given the understanding coming in tonight that all we did was, as the mayor said, cost accounting, make sure that the report was done right, and that we're not saying these are the right fees. We're just saying these are the maximum fees that the law permits. Now let's do the hard work of figuring out what the city ought to recoup and what the city ought not to recoup. And I don't know that the other council members understood that. And I know we got a lot of comments from public members of the public that didn't understand that. So what we did was we received a written and oral report from the consultant respecting the cost to the city of providing these services. We examined the consultants. I was satisfied, I believe Doug was satisfied, that the report was done in a professional way and that everything was caught. So Joe's comments about this wasn't considered, that wasn't considered, I believe everything that needs to be considered was considered, but that's a separate question from what should we charge. That's just what was considered to establish the maximum that's allowed to be charged. So we were satisfied that the fee schedule included within this report would, if adopted, satisfy the city's legal responsibility to not charge more for services than the cost of providing those services, not that we're recommending these be the charges. So we recognized explicitly, we discussed this, if anyone, and our A&F committee meetings are open to the public. Anybody could have come, nobody did come, nobody ever does come. But we recognized expressly that the city need not recoup the entirety of its costs for all services it provides, that the city is not required to recoup all of its costs, and that there's a subset of city services for which the city is permitted to make a profit, such as the fee for leasing the use of city property. We believe it's not the committee's responsibility to recommend the fees the city should subsidize and which fees the city should make a profit from. That's a full council discussion. It's the ambit of the A&F committee is to simply be satisfied that the report was done properly and that these are the right charges if they were to be adopted. So I don't have any views to express right now as to what we ought to charge, but I want to make crystal clear to everybody who's here, no one's here except for Joe and Norm, but anyone who's watching on TV, anyone who watches the recording, this is not a recommended fee schedule. This is our vouching for the fact that this schedule, if adopted, would satisfy the law, not what the city council should do. Now the city council has to do the hard job of figuring out what to do.
Okay. Yeah, well, we're going to talk about that in just a second. I agree with Bruce, being the other member of the A&F. This was really a process review at A&F to make sure that we were comfortable with what Matrix did, and I concur. I think you guys did a good job. And when we quizzed you about just how much latitude you had in this, you were pretty adamant. We did it right. And these people, this is what they do everywhere and other cities. And I think we've got a very quality piece of work here. Let's also be cognizant of the fact that there's no exact science for cost accounting. You can get pretty close, and with a large sample, you get it pretty close to right. But not everything's going to be to the dime of the dollar. I think our best use here is to realize a couple of things. There are policy decisions to be made, and there's also incentive decisions along with those policies. And I'm looking on my particular page right here, dark skies ordinance permit. Do you want to incent people to get a dark skies ordinance permit? And if so, do you want to charge the full price or something less? It's like having a sale on something. So what I would suggest that we do, if we can get a concurrence on this, is to go through this kind of like we do agreements. Let's take it page by page and see if there's anything that we want to talk about as far as a policy decision, and that will be the basis for our approval if we have a number that comes up. And I'll use the example of the Planning Commission appeals. Right now we're charging $750. The cost accounting number is $16,000 and something. We're not going to charge $16,000 for a Planning Commission appeal. But if you look at what other cities charge, we're somewhat in line with that. So if it's agreeable with everybody, let's go through the book and hit it page by page.
11 o'clock at night?
We got the staff here. Let's talk it out.
Can I suggest that we just start with the concept? And my concept is if we change a rule like the dark skies ordinance, and we want to bring everybody into compliance as quickly as possible, then I think you start out with a low set of fees while we're learning how to process those, and hopefully get a whole bunch of people to get on board and make their properties dark sky compliant, and we inspect them and everything, and we move on to the next thing. That's you know, the dark skies compliant fees as part of brand new construction are different. They're totally bundled into everything else that's going on with building a new house. But if we're retrofitting houses, I think we should make it easy as possible for people to go ahead and do it. We're going to make them spend money on light fixtures and things like that. It would be in our best interest if we got them to go into this cheerfully.
Yes. And that's what I was saying about policy decisions, about recommendations and incentives. Do we have a consensus to try and go through this page by page, or how do we want to do it? Anybody have a suggestion other than page by page? You got to hit that button first.
Yeah, and I understand the desire to go through, but I understand having the staff here. My suggestion would be, let's get some input from the residents, because we don't have any of that here. Let's schedule a meeting sometime middle of the afternoon so we can do this and do it correctly, and the staff can go home, because at 11 o'clock at night, we've been doing this for a long time. We very rarely make great decisions at 11 o'clock at night. So I'm just...
Your mother was always right. Nothing good happens after midnight.
I wonder if we could ask, because we weren't allowed to speak to Mary Ann, Paul, or Steve before now. I mean, did they appreciate when they were reviewing this document that these are not recommendations by us, but these are just the maximum amounts we're allowed to charge?
Paul?
I understood that that's what we were looking at, and that I was pleased to see that we weren't that far out of whack on anything. And but I wasn't thinking about what do I want to reduce, or what am I trying to incentivize? And what I want to incentivize is, we have the dark skies thing that's happening right now. We would love for people to jump on board and get it done. We're going to have another thing. We've got these elevated elements inspections that are going to be happening that we have to try and get done in a reasonable amount of time. And I really appreciate the fact that staff is providing people who call now with a variety of different companies that are actually willing to do the inspection, because it was very frustrating at first trying to find somebody to do those. But so yes, I like the idea of using incentives to get people to do stuff, and realizing that, we are not going to cover our entire costs on some of our lost leaders. So we can get them in the store and they'll, go down the aisle and buy something else from our permit.
All right, answer those Bruce's question. Mary Ann, were you comfortable with the process?
This isn't my first fee study.
Or,
yes, I was comfortable. I understood the report, how it was presented, what things were in it, and where the city would, or where the council's responsibility is with providing feedback to how it should move forward and what things we should subsidize.
You probably could have written the report.
No, the report was very well written. I know the fees very well.
Steve, to answer Bruce's question about, you guys understood that we were not recommending these numbers, we were just confirming them.
Look, I understand the cost accounting concept you guys came up with, and I think you did the right thing, okay? The real question in my mind now says, we've got one resident here. I'd like to get some architects who do this stuff on a daily basis to give me some input in terms of things they'd like to, people, I'd like to hear from the people that are actually doing this out on a day-to-day basis, in terms of which ones they say, I look at this and this number just look real out of whack for what I'm getting for it versus. And I just, we can do it, but I don't think we're going to get a good result. Like I said, doing it 11 o'clock at night by ourselves.
So the reason I asked the question is because if everyone understood coming in that this was going to be an exercise of deciding where to call, I wouldn't think we need to go through page by page. I would think everybody would have some ideas, having studied the report, what they think should be called. Whereas if no one had understood that, then I would understand that nobody would have that that decision coming in here.
So if we all understood that, let's have a discussion. We don't have to go through it page by page. We must have ideas.
Well, let me go back and rephrase my answer then. I mean, I thought there would be some, I've seen the reports that have come in or requests that have come in now for 6 months or 8 months saying, we got to reduce some of these fees. So I would have thought some of that may have been built in as we went through this thing. You know, it didn't, but.
Well, I'll come back to this part. If you look at the comments that have been made, and we have comments, written comments from Joe Drummond and Craig Hill, but I think really come down when you go through the report page by page, I got tabs for it. It's going to be less than 10. I would recommend we make adjustments to.
Hey, I will defer to what everybody else wants. I will defer. If you guys want to stay here and try and do that, I'll defer. I'm not going to argue with you, but
well, let's talk.
I just want to make sure that we get it right.
You can also, provide feedback and have A&F come back with a recommendation about which ones to, for instance, the most familiar with.
Oh yeah, let's get A&F do some more.
Well, let's do this.
With guidance, that's true.
Let's maybe approach it this way. I went through this. I've got a few that I would recommend. Let's see if there's consensus about some of these numbers. All right. Let me take you to page 14 of the package. That's the one. I'm looking at little page 14 on the right-hand side.
I'm there.
Yeah, and the first one up is dark skies ordinance. Top of the page.
Right.
All right. Yeah. And Joe, is this one of the ones that we need to look at here?
Correct. That one was better broken out. It had been consolidated in the initial report, so the supplemental we gave you provides a little bit better detail.
Okay. Like you've got new residential plan check permit 232. This is all new. But in the book we have right in front of us, it's showing 2,893 for a residential. So what you've done is taken that 2,893 and broken it into the subcategories?
Yes, there were a couple components there. We had listed it as residential and commercial, but really those numbers that were to the right were really for two separate commercial. There should have been a separate new residential line on there. So we were trying to make that correction here to provide that clarity.
Okay.
What does this fee represent? I mean, what is this for? What is a homeowner doing to have to generate this fee?
Good evening, City Council. I think we need to start by defining what dark sky is. It's the outdoor lighting ordinance that the city currently has. If we're talking of an existing residential home, like your existing home where you guys live right now, it will not require for us to issue permits for shielding, which you can be used fixtures that are fully shielded, and they can direct the light downward. You will not be required to get a permit for a motion sensor control for the outdoor lighting. You will not require to get a permit to change the bulbs on your home, exterior lighting that will have a low color temperature. You will require to get a dark sky permit when there is a new single-family residence, and the fee for the plan check is $232, will be 1 hour of our plan checkers to review. You'll be required to pay 1 hour for the permit to do the inspection of the dark skies. As far as commercial small sites, those are defined sites that are less than 2 acres. You were required to pay 3 hours for plan check. We constitute the 1,394. This is for commercial small sites. You will require to pay a permit. Total 3 hours, that will be $1,499 for commercial small sites, less than 2 acres. If you're more than 2 acres, the plan check will be 4 hours, and the permit will be 4 hours, with the numbers will be 1,859 and 1,999. And those were also based with the contract services that we brought to you about 3 months ago for the lighting engineer that will be assisting with the review and the inspections. So we are in full compliance with dark skies. I also remind the council the current status of dark skies. All of our gas stations have been completed and they're in compliance, which there's 6 of them. But the city right now, we are going through an amendment on dark skies. During the month of July, City Council directed staff to hire a consultant that has the policy and the expertise on helping us with the amendments for the commercial. So that is the status of dark skies.
So that reminds me of the conversation, we had a similar conversation at the A&F committee. If I understand correctly from what you just said, existing residential, as contrasted with someone who's building a new home, isn't paying any dark skies fees. So we don't need to incentivize an existing residential owner to do anything. And I think you don't have to incentivize a new home construction to comply because they don't get a certificate of occupancy unless they have, right?
Right, you got it.
That is correct.
So they're already incentivized. They don't need a discount to be incentivized.
Yeah, and going back to what I was bringing up, if you look at page 14 in the book, it had residential at $2,893. I'd scratched in $500, which when I picked this up, is now saying roughly $500. So as I'm scanning this page, you basically have gotten to where I wanted to go on this. I'm fine with this page, all right? So the dark skies issue is off my table. All right?
May I ask a question with that, though? So planning also has a fee for dark skies. So when is the planning fee required and then the building fee is only on, I guess I'm confused because isn't the dark skies done as part of the regular, no, that's building safety, that's not.
Permits, that's part of that?
No, this is all building safety.
Okay.
Planning is a completely separate fee.
For dark
So going to Joe's point where she was talking about her deck, you get planning fees when you're going through the planning entitlement, then that only carries you through the planning phase. Once that is complete and you've received your approval, then you come to building safety and then you have new fees that are reviewing a different component of the project.
Maureen, you wanted to say something?
Thank you. I'll address that question of what's the difference between a permit to build something and an entitlement. For dark skies with an entitlement, what you're doing is you're requiring an applicant to map light on their site. So you are reviewing a document having to do with the number of lumens. The actual light count, sometimes it's 3 feet off the ground, 4 feet off the ground. You're making sure that the light isn't spilling over because that mapping that's done by the electrical engineer shows that. And you approve that level of lighting so that after the project is constructed, it can be actually measured.
Okay, but how many?
In place.
Is there a fee? Where is the fee for that in the schedule we have here?
This is the planning fee for the dark skies ordinance. So at the time that you're looking at the planning documents, your conceptual house design, and you have lighting for pathways and lighting for your front door and exterior lighting and landscape lighting and all of those pieces, you're actually requiring them to give you a sheet of paper that shows all the light levels to be measured on the ground. Okay, that's what that fee pays for. It's that reviewed by the planner.
I'm just looking to see where it is in the fee schedule then.
That I don't have in front of me.
So is it called outdoor lighting review?
Correct.
So when you submit a new single-family home and you're paying your coastal development permit fee, in addition to that, you would also need to pay for an outdoor lighting review?
If you have a dark skies ordinance, yes, you have to map, because those specific light levels are set under dark skies very differently than they're set under a building code. That's the reason you have a specialty document.
I think I'm asking for clarification of when the project as a coastal development permit is reviewed, what items are included in that coastal development permit application and what things are additional. Like a site plan review is additional because you're asking for an increase. They're required to comply with the dark skies ordinance. But they still have to pay a separate fee in order to have that review completed.
So I would tell you this, I wasn't involved in this process, so I don't know what your base fee took in. So under a coastal development permit, it could be that was already considered in there. Time by the city attorney is sometimes considered in there. The number of reviews through a planning commission or other commissions are assumed in those bases. I haven't looked at all into that, but that would be the place you would look to see if dark skies was included.
So that would be a question I would have, is what exactly is included in that coastal development permit review and what other items are in addition to that application that need to be submitted and what the true cost is to our applicants on that.
You're looking now at, what you're suggesting is what's the total cost of an application process as opposed to the line items we have here?
Yes and no, because some things, are naturally assumed to be part of that coastal development permit review. I don't believe we charge for a separate landscaping review, for example, in that coastal development permit. You're going to do a landscaping review as part of that coastal development permit application. Is that the same with the outdoor lighting, or would this outdoor lighting review just be for an independent existing property and they're modifying their entire property with dark sky compliant lighting?
And that's what I can't tell you. Right. Typically what happens is the last time you did your fee update, the fee update is based on all of the code requirements that are there at that time. 10 years goes by and you've added lighting, you've added fencing, you've added all of these other requirements, which sometimes are set by separate fees. And they aren't merged into your original CUP or coastal development permit. So that's where it gets a little complex. But Councilmember Riggins, you're absolutely correct that that's a good place to look to see if there's duplication within these fees.
Just out of curiosity to the matrix, are our fees that we're looking at here and these categories, are these consistent with what you see in other cities?
In terms of having them broken out, yes and no. It kind of varies jurisdiction by jurisdiction. But like as the planning director mentioned, the concept typically is that when you're getting the larger development permits, that generally covers the primary reviews that you're going to do as part of that permit, and some of these other activities are more kind of the standalone components. So if you are doing something that's kind of outside of a larger development process, then that's what those standalone fees are essentially meant to cover. So in theory, there shouldn't be any duplication. It should just be that that outdoor lighting review is more about kind of a standalone component that's happening outside of a larger development process or development permit.
Thank you.
Okay. The other thing we have to keep in mind too is when you look at your cost recovery, the one place where we got a deficiency, it's in the planning area. It's $1.2 million, I believe is what it was, which in our budget is about, that's about, what, 3%? No. About 3% of our, Which one?
Depends on if you're looking at the general fund or the total budget.
General fund.
General fund, yeah, what, 50 million about, so, yeah.
2.5%,
Yeah.
3, yeah. So we've got a pretty sizable deficiency here. It's one thing to have policy exceptions, but we've got a hole to cover. I don't know, Steve, are we swimming upstream with your attitude on this tonight?
No, I will participate as long, I mean, look, we spent 25 minutes on, you had 10 items.
Mm-hmm.
We just killed a half an hour on one of them.
Well, we just got through finalizing how this operates.
Right, no, I understand.
All right.
I mean, I would concur with Councilmember Euring's suggestion that perhaps we need to find a day that we can come back and do a more comprehensive look at this.
I'm getting head shakes, yes, from the staff over there. All right.
Can I suggest a general approach to be considering for when we do that? I agree with the concept of incentivizing people. One, I think we want to incentivize people not to tear down their homes and to maintain them. So whenever there are costs here that people need to incur to maintain their home, we should be minimizing the cost of doing that. We should be giving some meaningful discount from whatever the cost recovery would be to make sure people do the maintenance that they require a permit for. When there are things, so that's one concept. Another concept is I don't think we need to provide any incentive for people that are building a new home to do it right, because they're not going to get a certificate of occupancy, like I said before, if they don't do it right. And we especially don't need to do that for large projects. We might want to consider an accommodation for people that if you build a home smaller, you'll get a break on the fees, although I doubt people are going to consider that to be a major issue when they're deciding what size house to build. Because we all know in Malibu, building a big house is worth tremendously more than building a small house. So saving $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 isn't going to make a difference. But if there were a way to incentivize that, I'd love to see it. But I think one thing we should be looking at is which of these fees are the kinds of things we force on people to maintain their home, things that they're required to do, and we charge them a fee to do it when they already live in their home. We want people to pay those fees and to do the things that they need to do. We want to, when there are things that are bootlegged on a regular basis, not because they otherwise couldn't do the thing, but because it's ridiculous that they have to pay something to get it done when you wouldn't think you would need to pay for it. We want to incentivize people to go through the process and get it checked to make sure it's safe and being done right. So we want to minimize those fees. That's the kind of approach, and I don't know which of these fees fall into which of those buckets. I'd be looking to the staff to give us that understanding. But that's an approach I would want to see taken.
Well, let me just say one thing.
Okay, go ahead.
When we were in the A&F committee, one of the things we were trying to do is to say what are the de minimis fees to be in compliance. We use the hot water heater as the example. How do we get somebody to spend a small amount of money to have a compliant hot water installation? And we may be subsidizing that, or we may be looking for a more efficient way to do it. But that gets into what I think Bruce was saying. Let's make sure people are maintaining their houses and they've got a compliant remodel or whatever they're trying to do. The bootlegs are not what we're trying to incentivize.
And I'm not arguing. I mean, let's do the hot water heater. Seems to me that, if I'm going to put a hot water heater in, I'm going to have a plumber come in to do it, okay? If the plumber can demonstrate he's got a license and they've been doing it for, all right, I'm paying them. If they sign off that it's done, what the hell does the city need to do?
That's right. And that's what we talked about exactly, being able to do something like send a picture of the installation and the copy of the plumber's license, and for $50 you're done.
And you could even get a list of, get the city to certify a list of plumbers that they want to use. I mean, there's a whole bunch of ways to go at that.
Anyway,
I'm sorry.
Let's see what the
Just on water heaters, just want to advise the council that water heaters are under the state of California or minimum code compliance are a significant issue for safety. They are required to be strapped in case of an earthquake. So this is not, I think we need to be cautious about disregarding the the water heaters. That is not just get a plumber and install it.
Oh, no.
Right, and I agree with that. In other words, don't change the process for getting it permitted, just change the price for getting it permitted to encourage someone to do it right.
Yeah. And Yolanda, just to make sure you understand what we're saying, we're expecting that to be installed properly, and that's all we're doing is saying that instead of not getting a permit or having it bootlegged by somebody and not doing it well, we want to incentivize them to use the city process.
Yes, and then just to add to the water heaters, currently the city only charges $62 for a permit. We don't do plan check. Actually, it's $54.
Yeah.
We don't do plan check. We just issue the permit, and just for the 25 minutes that we're gonna go there and verify, or 30 minutes that will take us there for.
All right, if we can, I think we've reached the point where we're going to come back and redo this.
Could I just get a clarification on that? Is that just for the item? Are there administrative fees and document retention fees also that are charged on that? Or
Yes, that is correct. Administrative fees, documentation, scanning of the permits, plus the inspection, so it's less than 20.
So it ends up being more than 54. It's the 54 for the water heater, but then all those admin fees on top of that. So we're closer to 100 or so?
Let me ask Julie.
I just want to make sure that we're clarifying that it's not just the single item, that we do have admin fees and other fees that we're collecting in order to facilitate some of that other cost recovery.
I just want to provide you with the correct information.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. How do we want to do this? We want to schedule a special meeting?
I would, in the afternoon sometime, and invite some architects in, invite some.
Well, this is 19 pages. It's going to take a while to plow through this.
Can I suggest something?
Yeah. Microphone.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution number 24-25 establishing the schedule of fees for fiscal year 2024-2025. And if people identify something that we need to work on, let's change that then. But I think, you know, we had an item that was obviously seemed too expensive, and then we found out when we got this that there was an error, and that's why it was obviously too expensive. I don't think we're going to find a huge amount of change, and if somebody wants to bring us something where we change the fee for something, let's do them one at a time as people think of them, rather than argue over the whole thing. I think in general, my look at this thing was that nearly all of it is great. And now that I've seen this, you know, with the corrections, it's much closer. So,
yeah, I think that
won't be able to vote yes for that.
Pardon?
I will not be able to vote yes for that.
Okay.
I don't know there's even a second for that motion.
There isn't yet. May never be.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, there's not a second. Let me just quickly go through what I would say is the ones that are the most egregiously out of line. The view ordinance on page 19. We also had a over-the-counter permit fee on page 18. That was going to $400 from $200. It's about a $200 increase.
Which one?
It's just one that sort of jumped up as being a large difference for what we would want to incentivize people to do. The view permit fee was going from $390 to by the time the $890, and one view preservation permit planning commission, $1,693 to $6,000. I'm not sure we even had anybody ever send one of those to the planning commission. And then we had, let's see, the appeal fee was $16,000. We're not going to change the appeal fee to $16,000. And we want to exempt government agencies from that as well. So there aren't too many that came up to me as being major exceptions.
Can you clarify, when you say exempt government agencies, what are you referring to?
MRCA, for example, if they wanted to do a permit approval appeal, If we didn't have a fee, they couldn't go to the Coastal Commission.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Sounds
But
familiar.
I thought we had already adopted that, hadn't we?
We thought we did too.
I thought that was something we proposed and it never.
Got through, yes. It's an open item. So there aren't too many in here that I came up with, and I think if we go through it even page by page, there's not many that would be of concern. So how do we want to handle it? We want to bring this back? We're going to just reschedule this for another meeting after we kept everybody here?
I would recommend rescheduling this for another meeting. And then also, if the entire fee schedule were expanded, are there either, you found all the other ones that are in here?
As far as we're aware, we think we've captured everything. Just those ones that are highlighted on that page.
What we want is a consensus how to handle it. Steve, do you have a Clary, do you have a point?
Well, I think I hear perhaps where the council wants to go on this. We could either schedule a study session where we can get into this and into the details and then get some recommendations to staff and then ultimately bring that back for council adoption at a regular meeting. Or we could try to bring this back at a regular meeting, which seems a little unwieldy at this point. Or of course you could always send it to A&F if that was another option.
Well, you know, Julie talks to a lot of these people with, I mean, she's got a pretty good perspective of which ones people are complaining about, which ones are, Julie.
But remember, she's building safety. There's also planning, which is a separate entity. So I agree that Julie hears a lot of it, probably for both of them, but planning should also be consulted.
Is there a person in planning you would recommend that can help, can do the same thing Julie can do? Maybe those.
Staff?
Maybe those are the two, you know, those are the two people that should be giving. What are you hearing from the residents who are saying, you know, why the hell am I paying this much for this thing that let's just get some of those on the plate. Between that, what we can hear from Joe, and maybe there's some architects can give us some insight. You get a list of those, and we can plow through them pretty quickly in an afternoon.
Maureen?
Is that?
I'll just make a quick comment. Mr. Mayor, it is planning that's your deficit. You're down $1 million in revenue for the work that department does with the consultants and all of the other pieces of staff in that area. So the larger question is, where would we recommend the areas that you want to recapture some of those funds? It could be an across the board sort of raise everything 10%. That would at least help to start the discussion. It could be selection of areas that are not aligned to ideas that I've heard this evening about what's the maintenance I need to do on my property to have a functional bathroom, to have a roof that doesn't leak, things of that nature. We could set those aside and say, okay, if you're doing a large addition to your home, building pools, building cabanas, is that where we look to actually place some of our cost return into those fees? So I think we can give you good ideas in the area of planning. You can reject them all. You might be able to see some of them having benefit, but I think operating $1 million of subsidy to a planning department is far more than I have ever seen. A subsidy is typically in the range of $250,000 to $500,000. That's pretty typical for a planning department, but not at the levels that you have now.
Okay.
Can I suggest the process?
Yeah.
Which is, I like Steve's idea. I was going to suggest the same thing as a study session because it's too unwieldy to do this on the dais as a meeting. We have so many, we as a council have too many meetings in my view, outside of our regular meetings. And I know the staff's overworked too. We have a study session coming up on, I don't remember the date, it's in the next week or two.
18th.
Maybe we could make that an hour or two longer and knock out both whatever it is we're currently scheduled for and do this at the same time and then come back with the direction that we've decided at that meeting and get this done.
I think we could at least make a stab at it. I don't know that we need Matrix there in person. And I think the idea of getting some feedback directly from the staff as to where they think the variance might be. Listen, everybody, people that do the work know how to do it a lot better than somebody.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Steve McCurry, do you have a feeling about adding that to those?
I'll have to take a look at the calendar. I'm not sure how much time we have that day or how much time we already have folks committed, but let me get with the Assistant City Manager, our consultant, and we'll figure that out.
And I don't know that you need to come all the way from Orange County to do another presentation to us, but if you were available by Zoom, I think it would work. But I do think we need probably at least 2 or 3 hours.
And Mayor, if I could just ask a question based on some of what I'm hearing from council in your direction. Study sessions can take many formats. Sometimes they're less formal in the multi-purpose room, kind of workshopping. They can also be held in chambers from the dais. Did the council have a particular expectation, or is that in staff's hands?
I think we're looking probably for a two-way conversation with probably about 5 people from the staff and those of us up here to see where the real variances are. And I agree with the planning director. When you looked at the other cities that Matrix provided to us, we were way low on our percentage of recovery for planning. Everything else was pretty much in line. Building safety was pretty much in line. You look down the list, it's the planning department's where we got the hole. So if we had 2 or 3 hours to go over that in a two-way conversation, it would make a big difference.
I think the multi-purpose room.
Yeah.
Is it possible to just go through the planning department fees and kick them up to 85% of what the costs are? And give us that as an option? Or 90?
But which items are you going to select?
Everything in planning department fees that is more than, if it's under 85% of the cost to deliver it, let's try that and look at that. And what kind of a deficit would we have on that if we were at 85%?
Well, I don't support that. I think we should be using the discounts to the extent we're going to have them to incentivize conduct. This is not simply a budgeting activity. It's not simply looking at recovering our costs. It's looking at where do we not want to recover our costs to facilitate things being done and to aid our residents.
I agree with Paul's idea if we were not trying to balance this out more, because we've got variances in big places. This appeal fee, for example, is a perfect example. It's $16,000 versus $750, and we can't spread it around like peanut butter to try and make the recovery. We need to see where we need to incent people, or where we've reached the limit as to when people will be compliant. I do think it's probably a multi-purpose room, 5 of us, 5 staff members, Matrix, and focus primarily on the planning department, if that would be agreeable to everybody.
Why do we even need Matrix? I mean, they've done their work. They've told us what the costs are. It's not their policy issue. They're not policy advisors. They're accountants. I mean, unless I'm misunderstanding what they do.
Yeah, but they also know how the numbers were built, and just like we had this question about what's the total cost of something. I don't know if Matrix can answer that or not. I almost would leave it to the financial staff to decide if Matrix needs to be there or not. But I don't have a problem with them being there and contributing to it.
So, Mr. Mayor, if it's the council's pleasure, we could poll and try to find a workshop date. Councilmember Silverstein's correct. We've got a lot of meetings coming up, and we're pretty jammed up this month, but maybe we could look at something towards the end of this month or early October.
Okay. Yeah. That work?
Yeah, by the way, I think Matrix is great and really did a great job. We pay you to participate, right?
Mm-hmm. It's not a flat fee.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. If what we're doing beyond this point isn't what they do, it might be we're spending money unnecessarily to have them continue to be involved.
Yeah, I mean, to respond to that, if we were to go beyond the scope also of the agreement, we'd probably have to do an amendment with them if we wanted them to do an additional analysis. But one comment or feedback item from this council, we did hear a little bit from the mayor on some areas to focus. If there were some other general comments from any of the other council members on areas to focus on, that staff can be a little more prepared going into that work session.
Let's get the work session lined up.
Mayor, your microphone.
It was working just fine when I was talking. Yeah, let's get the date set up, and then we can figure out the staffing on your side. We know the 5 council members need to be there, and let's figure out who can give us the best input. Okay, to answer your question.
Well, I think what I've heard from here is that planning seems to be the biggest one because there's the biggest deficit on there. So probably just experts, and also I think it might be good to have somebody who's going to be able to comprehensively explain what it is exactly that a resident has to do in order to get a permit from start to finish, and what costs might be associated with that. Might be big picture things so that we understand what exactly people are paying and the associated costs with a particular application or such.
And I think we're comfortable that the numbers we've got for the individual items is probably correct as far as cost. Question is, how do we want to balance that out with the cost recovery?
Right.
Okay. All right. So that's the motion. Do we need to make a motion on that, or is that just direction?
I think you can get
We need a
consensus.
motion?
You can get consensus.
Consensus?
Yeah, it seems like everyone's on board with that. We're just scheduling a meeting. That's within the discretion of the city manager to take care of. You're not continuing the public hearing or anything. You would need a motion if you wanted to do that.
So I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Okey-doke.